Chapter 947. It was unknown what had happened to this person. She was already injured and her clothes were tattered, making her look extremely miserable. While running away, her body was exposed. Now that she was suddenly attacked by Lu Yi, she instinctively pushed her spirit energy to protect her body. The long saber slashed down, but was blocked by the spirit energy on the surface of her body. However, the unstoppable force could not be dispelled. With a cry of surprise, her body involuntarily fell down. Lu Yi followed closely behind with his saber. From afar, it looked as if his saber was pressing down on the other party. Landing on the ground in a sorry state, the woman was dizzy. In any case, she had the physique of a true Lake Realm cultivator. Although the pain was unbearable, she was not seriously injured. Before she could get up, a black saber was placed on her neck. Looking up along the long saber, he met Lu Ye's gaze that was looking down. Feeling the sharpness of the saber, her body could not help but stiffen. Shwa shwa shwa, several figures landed not far away. They were the people who had chased after the woman. They seemed to have experienced a great battle and were covered in injuries. The leader of the group was a young man with a vigorous aura. He was a true Lake Realm 6th Order cultivator. Seeing the situation, he could not help but grin. Good job, fellow Taoist. Many thanks. Although with their cultivation, they could have captured the woman sooner or later, with Lu Ye's help, it was naturally less troublesome. Saying so, he took a step forward and stretched out his hand to grab the woman. The other party's impolite attitude stunned Lu Yi. Although he could not figure out what had happened in a short time, he could guess. Otherwise, he would have acted decisively just now. The mountain coiling saber was still placed on the man's slender white neck, not daring him to make any rash movements. However, no sword light flashed and cut through the void. The young man stopped and looked at the spirit boat in his hand. Frowning, he asked, "Fellow Taoist, what are you doing?" The people in front of me all looked at the spirit boat with kind expressions, all of them secretly urging their spirit energy. "What is he doing?" The spirit boat answered with a question. The young man said matter-of-factly, "Take him." Ling Zhou looked at me blankly. "He's in your hands. What does he want?" The young man couldn't help but frown. "This man is one of Chun Kitten's men. Just now, when you were fighting, his companions were all killed, and you were the only one who escaped. Since you've fallen into the hands of my fellow Taoist, I would like to ask my fellow Taoist to return you to you. You can bring him back and interrogate him. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain some useless information. You're the one who brought him here. You should be the one to interrogate him. I'm sorry for troubling you guys." The young man raised his eyebrows, clearly misunderstanding something. "Fellow Taoist, are you trying to steal the credit from all of you?" "The credit is in your hands. He's the one who wants to steal your credit." Spirit Boat looked at me blankly. The young man looked over, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. His spirit force was filled with a safe aura. After a long time, he took a deep breath and asked, "What's your name?" "Myriad Demon's Ridge, Spirit Boat." "Myriad Devil's Ridge." The young man frowned slightly. Myriad Devil's Ridge's leader was Missing Moon Immortal. This was a weakling who could single-handedly suppress an entire ridge. Who in the War Continent Guards knew about this? Spirit Boat said that he was from Myriad Devil's Ridge, so that I wouldn't be fearful. However, I wasn't willing to just go in like that. Spirit Boat continued, "This place is already under your Wang Liangjin Ridge's jurisdiction. Since he's in your hands, you should deal with him. Everyone, please go in." There was something wrong with his words. The area outside was indeed under Myriad Devil's Ridge's jurisdiction. As someone from Myriad Devil's Ridge, if Spirit Boat wanted to interfere, what could we say? The young man hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. "Since that's the case, I'll leave this person to him." I waved my hand and called out to the others, "You guys leave." After a while, several figures charged into the sky. Looking at the direction they were heading, It seemed like they were heading towards Clear Moon Cave. It was only when the figures of those people disappeared that the man, who had been sitting on the ground and unable to move, finally heaved a long sigh of relief. His entire being seemed to have been sucked dry. There were no tears at the corners of his eyes as he looked pitifully at the spirit boat. "Did he want to kill you?" Wang Liang kept his blade and Dan Dan said, "If he wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. With my strength, that blade could have taken that man's life. The reason he was still alive was because Spirit Boat showed mercy. That was because that man was Chen Chudan." Chen Chudan smiled through his tears. "I knew that he would kill you." Spirit Boat looked at you and took out a piece of clothing from his storage bag. He took out a piece of clothing and threw it under your body, covering some of your exposed body. "What's going on?" Chen Chudan had a fearful look on his face. "You heard it just now. You were patrolling the area with a few people. It was the Xin who encountered our team. We had a small battle and everyone else died. You're the only one left alive. The point guard is here." Spirit Boat frowned. "Because he is a man? That makes sense. The others are all dead, only Chen Chudan is still alive, and your cultivation level is so low. You were able to survive only because you are a male cultivator with a wrong figure and appearance." Thinking about Chen Chudan's ragged clothes, the Spirit Boat vaguely understood something. "Yes." Chen Chudan nodded, his face full of fear. For some male cultivators there were some things that were more terrifying than death. "So you had already made up your mind just now. If Spirit Boat handed you over to these people, you would immediately commit suicide and would definitely struggle at death's door. Fortunately, Wang Liang didn't do that. Only when you first met him did the Spirit Boat stab you, giving you a fright. At that time, you were flustered and your mind was in chaos. You didn't think too much. Now that you think about it, Spirit Boat's approach was the most correct response. They were on the same side. When Spirit Boat saw you, he should have fought with you. He should have been able to treat you coldly. If that was the case, the secret that the two of you didn't know each other would be exposed to these people. In that case, the moment Spirit Boat saw you, he had already seen through many things and thought of a countermeasure. How meticulous his thinking was and how fast his reaction was. Chen Chudan secretly rejoiced. Spirit Boat was silent for a moment. He once again recalled the sect master's teachings. There were good and evil in the law, and there were good and evil in people. Two small factions were enemies. It was normal for them to attack and kill each other. However, the name of Haotian Alliance did not necessarily represent darkness. Above the name that seemed to represent justice, there were many shadows. In these shadows, there were many disagreements and filth surging in the shadows. "Luya, thank you for that." Chen Chudan sincerely thanked him. If he had coincidentally met Spirit Boat, he would have died today. "Yes, let's go." Spirit Boat called out and summoned his Luya. Chen Chudan was dumbfounded. Go where?" Spirit Boat looked at him as if it was natural. "He's your captive. Naturally, he has to follow you back to Wan Mo Ridge." Chen Chudan's eyes widened. "He's planning to let you go? How did he become a captive?" He had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. Wang Liangjin felt the world spinning. "Stop talking nonsense. Slow down." Spirit Boat stood under his Luya and called out. Even if he wanted to let him go, he could do so immediately. Otherwise, once the news was leaked, he would be accused of having secret relations with the enemy. Wang Liang had always been cautious. How could he make such a mistake? Bring him back and hand him over to Thought Moon Immortal. Even if Chen Chudan ran away, Thought Moon Immortal would be there to take care of it. Chen Chudan naturally wanted to learn Spirit Boat's plan. Seeing that Spirit Boat was really going to capture him, he was annoyed. He really has a heart of stone. To think that he helped him last time. Although he earned 8 drops of soul-cleansing water, he did not have any relationship with him. Why would he want to capture him? Stop talking nonsense. Spirit Boat pulled out half of his pan-shan saber. Chen Chudan decisively jumped off his luya. Slowly, he returned to the 10,000 Devil's Ridge. Just as he returned, Thought Moon Immortal appeared behind him. She looked at him from head to toe and confirmed that he was missing an arm or a leg. Only then could she come up. "Greetings." Spirit Boat cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you for your concern. I'm sorry." "It's good that you're back," Thought Moon Immortal replied calmly. Suddenly, she looked sharply at the pitiful Wang Liangjin who was standing in front of Spirit Boat. She saw that he was wearing bright clothes. His inner and outer clothes did not seem to be tattered. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you?" Spirit Boat replied, "You are." "Who are you?" Spirit Boat only knows that you are called Chen Chudan, but that is obviously your real name. Chen Chudan and Yi Ba were both pseudonyms. "I know this very well." He turned around and gave Chen Chudan a look. "That is your family's," Thought Moon Immortal. "I asked him a question, and he answered truthfully." Chen Chudan trembled as he walked out from Spirit Boat. He raised his head and dared to look at Thought Moon Immortal. Because in his knowledge, the 10,000 Devil's Ridges, Thought Moon Immortal was an extremely terrifying person. Even his own Ridge's lord, Wan Zhonggang, was afraid of him. He bowed respectfully. His voice was still trembling. "Greetings, Junior from Ashen Flame Mountain." Spirit Boat revealed a look of understanding. He finally knew that man's name. "He hasn't returned recently. Is it because of you?" The Thought Moon Immortal asked. "Recently, the Spirit Boat has been returning constantly. You have also sent a few messages to ask about the situation." The Spirit Boat has always said nothing. The main reason is that it's easy to say. It only says that it has nothing to do and will return in the future. However, this caused Thought Moon Immortal to misunderstand. "That's not the case," Wang Liangjin hurriedly replied. "I don't know anything. You are not from Grand Heaven Alliance. You are from Chun Kitten's lonely mountain city." Thought Moon Immortal was confused. "Then how did they, in your eyes they are my captives?" Spirit Boat replied firmly, causing Ashen Flame Mountain to look at him resentfully. Thought Moon Immortal laughed. "Did you capture them on the way back? You are just a nobody. How could you capture them on the way back?" Ashen Flame Mountain was filled with sorrow. The Spirit Boat then narrated what happened just now in a complicated way. Nian Yuxian's pretty face brightened up as she listened. As a male cultivator, you can naturally see that other male cultivators have encountered the same thing. Although Wang Liang saved us at Sangyan Mountain and saved us from misfortune, these people must have done such evil things only once. There must be no other male cultivators who have encountered our evil schemes. Enemies could be beaten or killed, but such humiliation would naturally be despised by others. She clicked and downloaded the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud. Chapter 948. "Then what are you going to do with her?" Thought Moon Immortal asked. Lu Yi glanced at Chen Chudan and cupped his fists. "Master, please make the decision." At the same time, he used his divine sense to send a message. "Master, I have known her since the Cloud River battlefield. Last time, I asked her to send a message to Ing Wuji." Thought Moon Immortal understood and nodded slightly. She said to Chen Chudan, "I need a servant girl. You will follow me from now on." Chen Chudan wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to disobey. She could only answer with a yes and comfort herself. So be it. Working for such a famous warrior in the Spirit Sea realm was not a disgrace to her. It was better than being captured alive by those people. Thought Moon Immortal looked at Lu Yi. "Go and rest. Come find me tomorrow. I have something to tell you." "Yes, I will take my leave." After Lu Yi left, Nian Yu Immortal's figure also disappeared in a flash, leaving Chen Chudan standing there alone. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. For a moment, she didn't know where to go or what to do. After thinking for a while, she chased after Lu Yi. Soon, she arrived at Lu Ye's bamboo house. She knocked on the door. Luye, what should I do now? But there was no response. After knocking for a while, the door opened. Luye walked past her with his saber, as if he couldn't see her at all. Chen Chudan was furious. She stood in front of Luye and said, "Are you deaf? I am talking to you." Luye stood there and thought for a while. Then he seemed to remember something. He turned around and went back to the bamboo house, closing the door with a bang. Chen Chudan was dumbfounded. She felt that Luye was a bad guy. He had captured her and now he didn't care about her at all. He even pretended not to see her. She had even sent him a message and brought him something last time. Ingwuji was right. Nothing good would happen to anyone who interacted with him. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. He couldn't see her. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Chen Chudan's heart skipped a beat. She vaguely realized something. Inside the bamboo house, Luye sat cross-legged and replied to Qing Xiu's message. Qing Xiu was the person in charge of handing over the exploding fire spirit stones to Luye from the law department. Previously, he would come to the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass every 7 days to collect the exploding fire spirit stones that Luye had made. However, Luye thought it was too troublesome, so she asked him to report to Qian Wudong and change the visit from once every 7 days to once every month. Gan Wudong also agreed. As a result, Luye had been wandering outside for the past 2 months, so he naturally couldn't hand over the explosive fire spirit stones. During this time, Qing Xiu had sent him more than once to ask about the situation. Luye only asked him to continue waiting. Now that they had finally returned to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, it was time to hand over the exploding fire spirit stones. After all, this was related to the acquisition of battle merit. They agreed to collect the goods the next day. Qing Xiu readily agreed. In fact, Luye also wanted to ask how the explosive fire spirit rock he refined ended up at the Startling Waves Lake Pass. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. After all, as Luye, he shouldn't have known about the situation at the Startling Waves Lake Pass so quickly. After the discussion was settled, Luye used his divine sense to scan the outside. However, Chen Chudan was nowhere to be found. There was no trace of her within a 1-mile radius. "She's not too stupid," Luye muttered to himself. They had some friendship, and he had even asked her for help last time. Luye couldn't make things too difficult for Chen Chudan. However, when he rescued her from the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators, he couldn't immediately let her go. He could only bring her back to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. Now that she was lost at the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, it had nothing to do with him. He still had Nian Yu Immortal to take care of. He didn't cultivate. He had already agreed to collect the goods the next day with Qing Xiu. However, he didn't even have a single explosive fire spirit stone on hand. He could only work overtime today to refine them. This wasn't difficult for him. Refining explosive fire spirit stones was something he could do with a few hands. 2 months' worth of explosive fire spirit stones meant 60,000 explosive fire spirit stones. This would bring Luye a total of 300,000 battle merits. This didn't even include the extra gains he had made with Gan Wudong. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, when Qing Xiu arrived at the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass as promised, Luye had already prepared the 60,000 explosive fire spirit stones. After the exchange, Qing Xiu left in satisfaction. Luye didn't have time to rest. He immediately rushed to Nian Yu Immortal's residence. Luye stepped into the bamboo house. After receiving permission, he sat down. "The woman you brought back yesterday has safely returned to the Lonely Mountain Pass," Nian Yu Immortal said. Luye was stunned for a moment before he realized that Nian Yu Immortal must have secretly escorted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know so much. He immediately cupped his fist. "Thank you, my lord. Also, I'm going into seclusion." Nian Yu Immortal spoke again. "Don't worry, my lord. I will do my best to look after the pass." Nian Yu Immortal shook her head. "This seclusion may take some time. If a divine sea realm cultivator like her said that it would take some time, then it definitely wouldn't be short. It would most likely be calculated in years. Lu Yi was deep in thought. My lord, you've gained a lot in the sword instrument sect's secret realm. Nian Yu Immortal nodded. In the Sword Mountain, every flying sword contains a remnant consciousness of the sword instrument sect's ancestors. There are many exquisite sword principles. I've gained a lot from climbing the Sword Mountain. I need to study them well. Also, she took out the willow catkin short sword. I need to completely refine this treasure. The willow catkin short sword was an existence that surpassed a spirit treasure. Although Nian Yu Immortal had refined it for a while, she hadn't fully refined it. According to her own estimation, it would take a long time to completely refine the willow catkin. My lord, you mean? Lu Yi vaguely understood. If Nian Yu Immortal was only in seclusion for 10 days, half a month, or even a month or two, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was too long, she would have to find a safe and secure place. Therefore, she would have to leave the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. Once she left, there would be no one to guard this place. Lu Yi, a third-order true Lake Realm cultivator, wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be dangerous for him to stay here alone. Once the people from Myriad Demon Ridge knew about the situation here, they would send a large number of troops to invade, even if it was for the sake of Lu Yi from the Blue Blood sect. I've already reported this matter to Grand Sky City. In a few days, there will be other Divine Sea Realm cultivators here to take over. At the same time, a large number of state guards will be mobilized. In the future, the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass will be the same as the other mountain passes. The uniqueness of the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass lay in Nian Yu Immortal. One person guarding an entire mountain pass made her famous in the entire 9 provinces. However, without Nian Yu Immortal, the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass would be no different from the other mountain passes. I'll give you 3 choices. Nian Yu Immortal looked at Lu Yi. First, stay in the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. Now that you have the rank of Commandant, your strength isn't weak. No matter which Divine Sea Realm cultivator comes, they won't underestimate you. Of course, because of your relationship with the Blue Blood sect, they might treat you as an enemy. If that's the case, your future days won't be easy. Second, if there's a mountain pass you want to go to, I'll help you transfer it. What about the third one? Lu Yi asked. Nian Yu Immortal's eyes shone. The head of the law department, Qian Wudong, has been asking me for you. He wanted to transfer you to the law department, but I ignored him. If you don't want to go to the mountain pass, you can go to the law department. Although Qian Wudong is sometimes unreliable, at least you don't have to worry about him targeting you. Moreover, you seem to have made some deals with him before. If you really go to the law department, you will be valued. I understand. Lu Yi nodded. Your Excellency, what do you suggest? Nian Yu Immortal glanced at him and said slowly, You must be very clear about the uniqueness of the Blue Blood sect. In the War Province, the Blue Blood sect has many friends, but also many enemies. No matter which mountain pass you go to, it's hard to guarantee that you won't be targeted. Because basically every mountain pass has at least 2 mountain pass masters, and above the mountain pass masters are the mountain pass masters. The mountain pass masters also have friends. If someone insists on making things difficult for you, it's hard for you to guard against it. The law department is different. It has a lot of power and is a very powerful organization. Qian Wudong is a good person and has always been protective of his own people. He values you. If you work under him, you will definitely be able to obtain important things in the future. That's why Your Excellency suggested that I go to the law department. This is just my personal suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. Just give me an answer in 3 days. Before I go into seclusion, I'll arrange everything for you. I understand. Thank you for your consideration. Nian Yu Immortal's eyes shone with a complicated light. You've helped me a lot during this time. It's what I should do. Thinking back, Lu Yi had only been in the Vicissitude Mountain Pass for a few months, but many things had happened in these few months that were more exciting than when she had been alone for decades. By the way, Your Excellency, this is for you. Lu Yi took out a jade slip. This is… Nian Yu Immortal looked at him suspiciously. A copy of the Sword Dao Quintessence of the Sword Tool Sect, Lu Yi explained. It should be useful for you. Before the Sword Tool Sect's secret realm collapsed, Kong Kong had given the Sword Gourd, the sect master's keepsake, to Lu Yi. At the same time, he had also given him a jade slip that recorded the Sword Tool Sect's essence of forging and the Sword Dao Quintessence. Nian Yu Immortal had no use for the essence of forging, but the Sword Dao Quintessence was suitable for her. Yesterday, Lu Yi had already divided the contents of the jade slip into 2 parts and made a few copies with his divine perception. Nian Yu Immortal nodded. Thank you. Then I'll take my leave. After walking out of Nian Yu Immortal's bamboo house and returning to his residence, Lu Yi sat down and pondered. Yi saw this and asked, "What happened? Our sect master will be in seclusion for a long time." Lu Yi told her the 3 choices he had obtained from Nian Yu Immortal. Yi asked, "Then which one do you choose?" "Actually, I want to go to the Startling Waves Lake Pass." Lu Ye's words were shocking. Third Senior Marshal Brother's situation was worrying. If he could go to the Startling Waves Lake Pass, he could take care of Third Senior Marshal Brother. However, if he really went, there would be a big problem. His identity as a disciple of the Jade Blood sect would definitely attract a lot of attention and suppression. Lu Yi clicked and downloaded the Best Book Chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 949. The reason why Third Senior Brother Shao Xing, he suffered so much injustice over there, and Tan Shu even tried to kill him with a borrowed knife in public, was because of his connection to the Blue Blood sect. Shao Xing, he was now a disciple of Azure Emperor City, but his situation over there was so worrying. If Lu Yi, an orthodox disciple of the Blue Blood sect, went to the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, he would definitely be suppressed. Therefore, even if he wanted to go to the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, he didn't know if he would be able to go. Staying in the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass was not advisable. Just as the Thought Moon Immortal had said, the Blue Blood sect had many friends and enemies in the military province. If the Spirit Sea Realm warrior who came here had a grudge against the headmaster, he would not have an easy time in the future. Therefore, although Thought Moon Immortal gave him 3 choices, there was only one. Go to the Law Division and serve under Gan Wudong. Fortunately, this was not unexpected. Lu Yi had cooperated with the A3 squad last time and performed well. Coupled with the transaction of the exploding fire spirit stones, if he really went to the Law Division, Gan Wudong would not look down on him. With a decision in his heart, Lu Yi no longer thought about it. Suddenly, a movement came from the battlefield mark. Lu Yi checked and found that he had obtained the merit to refine the exploding fire spirit stones. 60,000 exploding fire spirit stones were given to him. It brought him a total of 300,000 merit points. Now, his merit points were as high as 520,000, breaking the previous record. It was easy for Lu Yi to obtain battle merits, but the consumption was also great. Not to mention the long period of time it would take to exchange for the golden spiritual stick for cultivation. There were many treasures in the War Merit Pavilion that caught Lu Ye's eye. All of these would require a large amount of battle merit. After breaking through to the Third Order True Lake Realm, Lu Yi felt that his cultivation speed was too fast, so he didn't cultivate diligently for the past 2 months. He was afraid that his foundation would be unstable. Now that he had so many battle achievements in hand and had more than 2 months of accumulation, it was time for him to raise his cultivation. If he really wanted to go to the Law Division in the future, the higher his cultivation, the better. Moreover, he was now at the Third Order True Lake Realm, and above that was the Fourth Order True Lake Realm. In the 4 realms of cultivators, each great realm had a threshold of 4 or 7. The 4th Order and 7th Order cultivators could increase their strength significantly. This was also the reason why Lu Ye's killing of Tan Shu, a True Lake Realm 7th Order True Lake Realm cultivator, had caused so much commotion among the cultivators on both sides. Even when he defeated the sword cultivator Zhang Yulin, who was at the 6th Order True Lake Realm, no one would have thought that he would be able to defeat Tan Shu. In the end, not only did he win, he even killed Tan Shu in an instant. Lu Yi went to the Tianji Hall and connected to the War Merit Pavilion. As usual, he fed the 2 flood dragons. He exchanged for 20 golden spirit sticks in one go. If other people were to see such a heroic way of doing things, they would most likely be shocked. The cultivators of the 9 regions had never bought so many golden spirit sticks at once from the Tianji treasure house. Most of them used 1 stick to buy 1 stick. After all, it was not easy to obtain battle merits. He spent the next few days cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Yi once again arrived at Missing Moon Immortal's bamboo house. "Have you made up your mind?" thought Moon Immortal asked. "Yes, this humble servant is willing to join the law division. Please recommend me, sir." This result was expected, so Missing Moon Immortal wasn't too surprised. As for the recommendation, there was no need. As early as the last time Lu Yi went to Grand Sky City, Gan Wudong wanted to ask Missing Moon Immortal for him. At that time, he only felt that Lu Yi had great potential and couldn't bear to see him waste away in the Blue Flame Mountain Pass. Everything that happened later made Gan Wudong realize Lu Ye's great value, especially when it came to refining exploding fire spirit stones. It could be said that Lu Ye's role in this field was comparable to that of several Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Lu Yi was willing to join the law division, so Gan Wudong couldn't ask for more. "Then you can go. I've already informed Gan Wudong." "Yes," Lu Yi replied firmly. "This humble servant wishes Sir good luck and a new high in your retreat." He respectfully left, turned around, and strode away. "Lu Yi." Missing Moon Immortal's voice came from behind. Lu Yi turned back. "What else does Sir want?" Missing Moon Immortal's red lips squirmed a few times. "Be careful. No matter what happens in the future, protecting yourself is the most important thing." Lu Yi nodded seriously. "Thank you for your concern, sir." She stomped her feet on the ground, activated her spiritual power, and shot up into the sky, turning into a red dot in an instant. Missing Moon Immortal walked to the door and looked up. She didn't look away until Lu Ye's figure disappeared from her sight. Lu Yi was gone, but she had to continue waiting. There were some procedures to be done in Great Sky City. At the very least, she had to wait until things settled down in Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass before she could leave. The whole world seemed to be empty. Missing Moon Immortal couldn't help but frown. She had been guarding this place alone for decades and was used to this kind of loneliness. When Lu Yi was here, they didn't talk much. The entire Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass was quiet. But after Lu Yi left, she realized that the current loneliness was not the same as the previous silence. In just a few months, her state of mind was affected. She sped all the way to Great Sky City. Lu Yi didn't expect that his days in Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass would be so short. It seemed that he had only been there for 4 or 5 months, with 2 months in the Sword Instrument Sect's sealed world. In other words, he had been in Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass for less than 3 months. But this couldn't be helped. Missing Moon Immortal had to go into seclusion for a long time. As a third-order True Lake Realm cultivator, he wasn't qualified to guard such a big pass. He didn't know who the new higher-ups were, and he didn't know if they would make things difficult for him. Instead of waiting for such an uncertain future, it was better to walk on a stable path. At the very least, he had interacted with Qian Wudong before, and this person didn't have any ill intentions towards him. The journey was peaceful. Great Sky City was in sight. Entering the city, Lu Yi went straight to the main hall of the law department. After being notified, he entered with a sword in hand. Qian Wudong was sitting behind a table, seemingly handling official business. Seeing his arrival, he smiled and pointed to the side. "Take a seat first." Lu Yi sat down and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, someone served him tea, and a wisp of fragrance wafted into his nose. Lu Yi opened his eyes and found that the person serving the tea was the beautiful female cultivator he saw last time. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi nodded slightly to greet her. The female cultivator pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't leave, but went straight behind Qian Wudong and massaged his shoulders. Her posture was as gentle as water, and from time to time, she would lean on Qian Wudong and look at when Shu with him. It was an intimate scene. Lu Yi took a sip of tea and turned his head to look outside. Qian Wudong wasn't a good person either. Although he didn't know who this woman was, he could roughly guess from her posture that she was probably Qian Wudong's wife or concubine, and he doted on her a lot. Otherwise, how could Qian Wudong, the head of the law department, indulge her so much in such an occasion? The woman didn't look old, but in the group of cultivators, it was impossible to tell her age from her appearance. Take Shui Yuan and Missing Moon Immortal for example. At first glance they looked like they were in their early 20s, but in fact they were much older than that. Therefore, even though this woman looked young, she could be dozens of years old. As for her cultivation, Lu Yi couldn't tell. She didn't use her spiritual power, so it was hard to tell. "Okay, you can leave now," Qian Wudong suddenly said. Gan Wudong suddenly said. He probably felt that he had to maintain his image as a department head in front of Lu Yi. No matter what, he and Lu Yi would be subordinates in the future. The woman pursed her lips and looked unhappy. She grabbed Qian Wudong's arm and said coquettishly, "No." Lu Yi had goosebumps all over his body. Qian Wudong comforted her and promised to see her later. Then, he coaxed her to leave. The woman was quite courteous. Before she left, she didn't forget to bow to Lu Yi. After the woman left, Qian Wudong waved at Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood up and stood in front of the table. He cupped his fists and said, "Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect reporting for duty." Qian Wudong leaned back in his chair and looked at Lu Yi with satisfaction. "I wanted to transfer you to the law department, but Missing Moon Immortal wouldn't let you go. There was nothing I could do. Fortunately, she had some matters to attend to this time, so she entrusted you to me. It can be said that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks." After a pause, he asked, "Do you know what happened to Nian Yuxian? She has never left the Blue Flame Mountain Pass for so many years. It is surprising that she suddenly wants to resign." Lu Yi frowned slightly. From Qian Wudong's words, he didn't know that Missing Moon Immortal was going to cultivate in seclusion. If Missing Moon Immortal didn't say anything, Lu Yi wouldn't say anything. He replied, "I don't know. I don't have much interaction with the Mountain Pass Master. She won't tell me anything." Qian Wudong nodded slightly. "That's normal. How could a Divine Sea Realm cultivator tell a true Lake Realm cultivator, especially someone like Missing Moon Immortal? No matter what, you are now a member of the law department. I plan to let you focus on making explosive fire spirit stones. Do you have any objections?" "Yes," Lu Yi replied immediately. Qian Wudong smiled. "Tell me if you have any objections. It is up to me whether I accept them or not. Making explosive fire spirit stones doesn't take much effort. I am confident that I can do it while I am on duty, so I don't need to devote myself to it." Qian Wudong understood. "You mean you want to join the law enforcement hall and go out to do missions?" "Yes." "Tell me the reason." Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Ever since your humble servant embarked on the path of cultivation, I have experienced the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. However, no matter which battlefield it was still a small part of the 9 prefectures. Now that your humble servant has reached the true lake stage, I would like to experience more of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, I do not wish to be trapped in a small corner." "That's reasonable." Qian Wudong rubbed his chin. "Based on your cultivation and your performance last time, It's not a problem for you to join the law enforcement hall. But you have to think about it carefully. The law enforcement hall is always dangerous when carrying out missions. If you are willing to devote yourself to making bursting fire spiritual stones, your safety will be guaranteed. Chapter 950. If we cultivators blindly pursue peace and tranquility, then there is no need for us to cultivate. Your humble servant can simply stagnate at the 9th level of the spirit stream heaven or the 9th level of the cloud river heaven, and dominate the spirit stream battlefield and the cloud river battlefield. Qian Wudong nodded. What you said makes sense. But I still hope you can consider it carefully. With your efficiency in refining the explosive fire spirit rock, the battle points you get every month are enough to satisfy your cultivation need. You don't need to go out and take risks. If you still want to join the law enforcement hall in the future, it won't be a problem. In the entire 9 states, only Lu Yi could refine the explosive fire spirit rock. Qian Wudong didn't want him to take any risks, but he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced, so he couldn't order Lu Yi to do anything. Lu Yi said, "I'll remember Sir's concern. But I'm still very confident in improving my cultivation. Sir, you may not know this, but my cultivation aptitude is excellent." If Lu Yi wanted to work under Qian Wudong in the future, he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he improved his cultivation. Instead of letting Qian Wudong guess that he improved too quickly, he might as well tell him now. Qian Wudong almost laughed. "You don't know how you got the title of One Leaf? Sir, you've misunderstood. When I tested my talent in the Evil Moon Valley that day, I did indeed receive the title of it. However, something must have gone wrong during the test. Later, I tested my talent again, and the result was very different from that day." Qian Wudong was interested. "What was the result?" "I'm very talented. I have 8 branches and 8 leaves. That's a top talent," Lu Yi said calmly. Although he didn't test his talent himself, the giant stone plate he encountered within Wuji at the mouth of the Tsangyen volcano was probably used to test his talent. The result was indeed a top talent. Really? Qian Wudong couldn't help but be surprised. In the 9 states, there weren't many cultivators with 60 leaves or more. Basically, all the core disciples of the top sects had this kind of talent. But for those with 60 leaves and more leaves, the number of cultivators with 60 leaves decreased rapidly. As for those with 64 leaves, they were even rarer. If Lu Yi really had the aptitude of a 64-leaf cultivator, some things would make sense. Qian Wudong had always been confused. Lu Ye's cultivation speed didn't match his reputation as a one-leaf cultivator. He thought it was because he had many opportunities, but now it seemed that the opportunities were only a part of it. Lu Ye's talent was the most important factor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough if he only had opportunities and no talent. "This humble servant remembers the last time I saw Sir. This humble servant was only a first-order smelly lake cultivator, but now, this humble servant is already a third-order," Lu Yi said. He slightly activated his spiritual power. If he didn't mention it, Qian Wudong wouldn't have realized it. Qian Wudong was a divine sea realm cultivator, but he wouldn't check other people's cultivation level for no reason. Until now, when Lu Ye's third-order true lake realm spirit chi fluctuations appeared, Gan Wudong was shocked. Calculating the time, it had only been 3 months, yet Lu Yi had already broken through from the first order to the third order. If one were to continue looking back, Lu Yi hadn't even reached the true lake realm when he joined the War Province Guard. In other words, in just over 4 months, he had advanced from the 9th Order Cloud River realm to the 3rd Order True Lake realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply terrifying. With the facts in front of him, Qian Wudong had no choice but to believe Lu Ye's words. He couldn't help but sigh. Old Tang really picked up a treasure. He had more or less heard about Lu Yi joining the Blue Blood sect. It was said that when Lu Yi was tested to have a one-leaf talent, there was no hope for him to join a sect. In the end, someone secretly instructed him to choose the Blue Blood sect as his only choice. That was how he joined the Blue Blood sect. It wasn't wrong to say that Lu Yi was picked up. Alright, this king will believe you for the time being and grant your request. It just so happens that the A3 squad is still lacking a member. Since the last time you went on a mission with them, King Gungwu has been talking about you in front of me. How about you join the A3 squad? Sir, you can make the decision. Lu Yi naturally had no objections. No matter what, he had cooperated with King Gungwu and the others once and even had a drink with them, so he was somewhat familiar with them. Qian Wudong nodded slightly. In that case, you may act freely until the official order is given. Yes. Lu Yi strode away. After Lu Yi left, Qian Wudong turned his gaze to a corner of the hall and said helplessly, "Come out." In the darkness over there was a woman whose shadow was different from the shadow. It was actually the woman who served tea to Lu Yi before. She had already left, but somehow she came back again. Even Lu Yi didn't notice her. She could fool Lu Yi, but she couldn't fool Qian Wudong, who was in the Divine Ocean Realm. She didn't point it out earlier because she didn't want to. The woman revealed herself and stuck out her tongue playfully at Qian Wudong. Qian Wudong stared at her and said, "You're getting more and more out of hand." The woman walked forward and grabbed Qian Wudong's arm. Qian Wudong felt dizzy and quickly raised his hand. "That's enough. If you have something to say, just say it." Based on his understanding of the woman, he could tell that she had something to ask of him. He felt a headache coming because he couldn't say no to her every time. "I want to join the law enforcement hall too," the woman said. Qian Wudong frowned. "Why do you want to join the law enforcement hall?" "To help you." "Nonsense. Just stay by my side. It's dangerous outside." Qian Wudong glared at her. "But I can't stay by your side forever. Those with lower cultivation than me are running around everywhere. I'm already in the 7th Order True Lake realm. How can I be worse than them?" "You can't say that. They have their reasons to run around everywhere. You don't have to." "Why don't I? They are cultivators and so am I. I don't care. I want to join the law enforcement hall too. Do you agree or not?" "Impossible." Qian Wudong refused immediately. Sob, sob, sob. The woman's face was suddenly covered in tears, and bean-sized tears flowed out. Qian Wudong was the head of the law enforcement hall. He was a famous Divine Ocean Realm cultivator in the 9 State. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Just as he was about to comfort her, the woman stomped her foot and said with red eyes, "I hate you." She turned around and dashed out. Qian Wudong's hand froze in midair. He could only hear the words, "I hate you," echoing in his ears. His heart was about to break. After a while, the woman ran into the law enforcement hall crying and threw herself into the arms of the law enforcement hall's head, Auntie Fan. Fan Xiangyi was stunned. "What happened? Who bullied you? Tell Auntie Fan. Auntie Fan will teach him a lesson." "Qian Wudong bullied me." The woman looked up and said a name decisively. Fan Xiangyi was speechless. After leaving the law enforcement hall, Lu Yi looked around and suddenly felt like he was drifting. Qian Wudong told him to act freely without an official order, but he didn't know what to do. After all, the disciples of other sects had fellow disciples or elders in Grand Sky City. However, he was the only one here in the Blue Blood sect. He couldn't find anyone to talk to. After thinking about it, he decided to send a message to King Gungwu. In the future, they would be colleagues or even teammates. It would be good to contact each other in advance. King Gungwu replied quickly. The A3 squad was not in Grand Sky City. They were currently on a mission outside and would take a few days to return. He had no choice but to give up. Just as he was about to find a room to rest, the battlefield imprint suddenly vibrated. Lu Yi checked and was surprised, because the person who sent the message was actually the sect master. This was the first time something like this had happened. Although Lu Yi had the sect master's imprint, they had never sent a message to each other. He usually contacted Shui Yuan more often, so he didn't know why the sect master suddenly sent a message. He quickly replied, "Sect master, do you have any orders?" After a while, another message came. "You're in Grand Sky City?" It was not surprising that the sect master knew about this. Shui Yuan and Nian Yuexian were close friends. Nian Yuexian must have sent a message to Shui Yuan about him leaving the Blue Flame Mountain Pass. The sect master must have heard about it from Shui Yuan. "Yes. Where are you?" Lu Yi scratched his head, but before he could reply, the sect master sent another message. "I see you." Lu Yi was stunned, but the next moment, he felt someone approaching him quickly. He looked up and saw two streams of light falling from the sky and landing not far away from him. One of them was immortal-like and energetic. Who else could it be but the sect master? Lu Yi was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Greetings, sect master." Tang Yifeng looked at him with a smile and raised his hand. An invisible force lifted Lu Yi up. Lu Yi looked at the person next to the sect master. Although she was dressed as a man, she had both the gentleness of a woman and the boldness of a man. Palace Master Pang. "Greetings, senior apprentice brother." Pang Huanin bowed, but it was not a woman's bow, but a man's fist salute. "Why are you guys?" Lu Yi didn't understand why the sect master came to Grand Sky City and why Pang Huanin came with him. "I'm here to work in Grand Sky City. As for Palace Master Pang, she's preparing to join the military prefecture guards, so she came with me." "Work?" Lu Yi was surprised. He didn't know what the sect master's job was. The sect master smiled, looking a little enigmatic. "You're still young, so you naturally don't know that the Jade Blood sect is part of the military prefecture guards elder group. It's just that I've been engrossed in cultivating my body all these years, so I haven't been here." Lu Yi instantly understood. In the past, the Jade Blood sect had a small population. Even if the Jade Blood sect had a seat in the elder group, the sect master had no interest in running the sect. He didn't even have any disciples, so what could he do in the elder group? But the situation was different now. Lu Yi had joined the military prefecture guards, and more Jade Blood sect disciples would join the military prefecture guards in the future. The disciples of other sects had elders to take care of them when they came here, so they wouldn't be bullied by others. Naturally, the Jade Blood sect couldn't do without them. Otherwise, it would be easy for something like last time to happen. Other things aside, when the Jade Blood sect disciples joined the military prefecture guards in the future, at least they wouldn't be conscripted to some special places. Lu Yi clicked to download the best book chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 951. The sect master did not like to chase after fame and fortune. In the past, there was no one in the Jade Blood sect, so he was like a wild crane. He could come to Grand Sky City whenever he wanted. But now, for the future of his disciples, he had to come even if he did not want to. Looking at the sect master who suddenly appeared in front of him, the wandering feeling in Lu Ye's heart instantly disappeared, and he calmed down. Just now, he was thinking that the disciples of other sects would at least have fellow disciples or elders in Grand Sky City, while he was alone in the Jade Blood sect. Who knew that the sect master would come? "I'll go find some old friends to talk to." "Lu Yi, you're more familiar with Grand Sky City than Palace Master Pang. Take her to the recruitment department to complete the procedures." "No problem." Lu Yi agreed. The sect master left, and Lu Yi and Pang Huanin respectfully sent him off. "Palace Master Pang, this way." Lu Yi gestured. Pang Huanin glanced at him and said, "Senior brother is still so formal. I'm the Palace Master of the Ziwei Dao Palace, but in front of Brother Handsome, there's no need for Senior Brother to call me Palace Master every time." "Junior Sister Pang?" Lu Yi was in a good mood and readily accepted her advice. "That's right." Pang Huanin smiled slightly. "It would be better if Senior Brother could remove the word Pang." "Then why does Junior Sister want to join the military state guard?" Has the Tao Palace settled down? It's settled down. It's all thanks to Senior Brother that I can come to the 9 states. Now, I have Elder Tang and Senior Sister Shui Yuan's help. But after all, I'm new here, so there are many things I need to slowly understand. I've already reached the true lake realm, so I want to be the vanguard for my disciples. I'll explore the military state guard first, and they will definitely come in the future. This was what Lu Yi thought. In the future, there would definitely be many disciples from the Jade Blood sect who would come to the military state guard. He could work hard here and lay a foundation for his junior brothers and sisters. As a pioneer, he had to cut through the thorns and cut through the thorns to reach his goal. Now, the Jade Blood sect and Ziwei Dao Palace were in a relationship. The two sects were in the Fragrant Mountain area, and they could help each other when they came to the military state guard. The future could be said to be very good. After chatting for a while, they arrived at the recruitment department. Coincidentally, Lushan was on duty today and could be considered an acquaintance. After all, it was easier to get things done with an acquaintance. When he saw that Lu Yi had brought a valiant beauty over, he winked at Lu Yi. No one knew what he was trying to say. Lu Yi pretended not to see it. When Pang Huanin reported her background, Lushan could not help but feel surprised. You're from the Wushuang continent? Lushan had long heard that there was a Ziwei Daoist palace on the Wushuang continent that had joined the Jade Blood sect as its upper sect. A few months ago, when the sect was established in Mount Tung, it was very lively. However, Lushan had only heard about it and had never seen a cultivator from the Wushuang continent. Now it seemed that there was no difference between them and the cultivators of the 9 regions. However, Lushan's identity as the Palace Lord of Ziwei Dao Palace made him look a lot more serious. He couldn't continue winking at Lu Yi. His cultivation base was higher than Pang Huanin and Lu Ye's, but cultivation base was one thing, identity was another. After registering Pang Huanin, she used the battle merit plate to check her battle merit. Unsurprisingly, a white light appeared, indicating that Pang Huanin had not obtained any battle merit before this. Of course, this was normal. She had only been in the 9 regions for a few months and had been dealing with the affairs of the palace. How could she have the opportunity to obtain any battle merit? Walking out of the recruitment department, Pang Huanin played with her guard token with a curious look. However, she soon lost interest. There was nothing interesting about the guard token itself. Now that junior sister has joined the military state guard, the sect master should decide where you will be assigned. Junior sister, you just have to wait. This was the advantage of having someone in the upper echelons. When there was no one in the upper echelons, where the new state guard would be assigned depended entirely on luck. After all, the entire military state guard had a huge structure with many branches. Naturally, they would assign people to wherever they needed them. However, it was different with someone in the upper echelons. As a member of the elder group, the sect master had the right to interfere. Although the new realm's cultivation base was supreme, it was inevitable that some worldly wisdom was unavoidable. Okay. Pang Huanin nodded and looked up at the sun. It's still early. Senior brother, take me around. Okay. Lu Yi agreed readily. After all, he had nothing to do. However, he was not very familiar with vast Sky City, so he really just led Pang Huanin around to look around. Pang Huanin was very happy. When she was in the Wushuang continent, she had never seen such a huge city. After coming to the 9 regions, she had been staying at Mount Tung. Her knowledge of the 9 regions was limited to what she heard. It wasn't until this long journey with the hierarch that her horizons were broadened. At this moment, the difference between Jiuzhou and Wushuang continent, where she was born, was like heaven and earth. If Haotian City was compared to Jiuzhou, then Wushuang continent was a remote village that they passed by on the way. The world was vast, and the future was limitless. She was more and more grateful to Lu Yi for what he did that day. If Lu Yi and the others had not cut through the thorns that day, the people of the Wushuang continent would still have to suffer from the corpse clan every day. Perhaps one day, the entire Wushuang continent would no longer have a place for the human clan. At that time, the outcome would be tragic. The sky gradually darkened, but Pang Huanin was still in high spirits. The sect master sent a message. Lu Yi checked and led Pang Huanin in a direction. After a while, they arrived at the top of a small courtyard and landed straight down. The sect master stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. With his back facing the two, he looked unfathomable. Sect master. The two of them saluted together. Is it done? The sect master asked. It's done. Palace Master Pang has already joined the state guards. As for where he will go, I'll have to ask the sect master to decide, Lu Yi replied. The sect master nodded and said, There's no rush for now. I'll arrange it in a few days. You two can stay here for the next few days. This should be the sect master's residence in Vast Sky City. The treatment of the elder group was different from that of ordinary state guards. Although Lu Yi had the military rank of commandant, he still did not have a fixed residence in Vast Sky City. Every time, he would find an ownerless room to stay in. However, as a member of the elder group, the sect master was qualified to have his own small courtyard. In the future, he would finally have a fixed place to stay when he came and went to Vast Sky City. Thank you, sect master. I'll take my leave first. Pang Huanin said and left. She found a room and walked in. She could see that the sect master had something to say to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, come with me, the sect master said and walked toward the room in the middle. Lu Yi followed closely behind. After a while, the old man and the young girl sat down. Yi flashed out of Hu Po's body and respectfully saluted. Greetings, sect master. She and the sect master were truly master and disciple. Almost all of her spells were personally taught by the sect master. Compared to Lu Yi, she had spent more time with the sect master and was closer to him. Get up. The sect master reached out and helped her up. Yi looked up and was suddenly shocked. Sect master, what's wrong with you? Lu Yi was also stunned. It was only now that he noticed something strange. The sect master's right eye seemed to be bruised. Looking at the traces left behind, it was clearly a fist print. Didn't he say that he wanted to talk to a few old friends? Why did he say that? The sect master was a divine ocean realm cultivator and had an extremely powerful recovery ability. However, there was still a fist print left behind. It was obvious how powerful this punch was. No wonder when they were outside just now, the sect master's back was facing him. Obviously, he didn't want Pang Huanin to see him like this. He didn't want to lose his dignity. The sect master laughed and stroked his beard. It's nothing. It's just a few old friends who haven't seen each other for many years, so we chatted a little more enthusiastically. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Yi was also speechless. This enthusiasm seemed to be a little too much. Don't talk about me. The sect master waved his hand. Shui Yuan has already told me about your situation here. Sai, it's been hard on you. Lu Ye's expression turned serious. Sect master, you're too serious. This disciple didn't do anything. Our sect was desolate and lonely before. Because of some past events, even this old man was disheartened. I've made you run around and tired. But don't worry, in the future, this old man will be in charge of Haotian City. If there's anything, you can tell this old man. This old man will support you. Lu Yi immediately straightened his back. The sect master changed the topic. I heard Shui Yuan say that you're going to join the law department? Yes. Lord Nian Yuxian will be in seclusion for a long time, and there will be other divine sea realm cultivators coming to take over the Tsangyan mountain pass. So before she left, she asked for my opinion and decided to join the law department. Today, I've already reported to the law department and met the head of the department. The head of the law department is Qian Wudong. Although he doesn't have much interaction with our sect, he's still a decent person. It's not bad for you to work under him. However, the law department is always on the move, and the missions carried out are also risky. You have to think about it carefully. This disciple understands. The sect master nodded slightly. Then I'm relieved. By the way, sect master, how is master? Lu Yi asked. Your master. The sect master stopped, stroking his beard. The muscles under his eyes twitched as if he recalled something bad. Everything is fine. You don't have to worry about her. With that said, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Yi. This is what your master asked me to give to you. Lu Yi took it, opened the storage bag, and couldn't help but be happy. This thing has been repaired? The item in the storage bag was none other than the dragon throne that he had brought back from the soaring dragon realm. This thing was seriously damaged before. When Lu Yi brought it back from the soaring dragon realm, he gave it to his master to repair. Now, after such a long time, it was finally repaired. The sect master shook his head. That's not the case. Your master said that the quality of this thing is extremely high, beyond the scope of what 9 regions cultivators can repair. What she can do is only some of the most basic repairs. The power of this thing can no longer be fully exerted, but it should be able to bring you some benefit. You still need to try and grasp the key points. In addition, your master also said that external forces can be borrowed, but they can't be relied on. A cultivator's cultivation should be based on oneself, and should not be overly obsessed with the power of external objects. This disciple will remember. Chapter 952. The night was dark and the sky was filled with stars. Lu Yi left Grand Sky City and flew in a certain direction. Only after flying for 300 miles did he find a desolate place to land. Since the sect master had brought the Dragon Emperor over, Lu Yi naturally wanted to familiarize himself with its power. Although the Dragon Emperor was brought out from the soaring dragon realm by Lu Yi, it was not native to the soaring dragon realm. As for its specific origin, Lu Yi was not very clear. His honored master said that its quality was extremely high, beyond the scope of what the cultivators of the 9 states could repair. Judging from this, the Dragon Emperor's quality was probably above the spirit artifact grade. However, this thing was not the same as a normal spirit artifact. With Lu Ye's cultivation, he would not be able to activate a normal treasure above the spirit artifact grade. However, in the soaring dragon realm, Lu Yi had activated the power of the Dragon Emperor once. Supported by the Dragon Ridge Saber, with one slash, the altar that the Blood Race had painstakingly built shattered and the Blood River collapsed. The power of that slash had even cut into the Great Ultimate. Of course, the price he had to pay was extremely high. With just one slash, Lu Yi was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The power of that slash was not purely from Lu Ye's own body. At that time, he had the mandate of heaven, and the entire soaring dragon realm was his backing. That slash was indeed from him, but it was also the power of the entire soaring dragon realm. With the help of the Dragon Emperor's counterattack, it could be so powerful. If it were any other occasion, even if Lu Yi was now a third-order true lake realm cultivator, he would not be able to slash out such an earth-shattering slash. It could be said that that slash was the strongest Lu Yi had slashed out so far. He suspected that even if he reached the Divine Sea realm, he might not be able to slash out such a slash again with his own strength. There was no need to talk about what happened after that. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil and did not have long to live. With the help of the broken source of the soaring dragon realm, he was able to come back from the dead and even change his own cultivation aptitude. He even had the ability to reflect the soaring dragon realm source. Lu Yi could be said to be looking forward to the Dragon Emperor. However, his honored master could only perform a simple repair on the Dragon Emperor. No one knew how much power the Dragon Emperor could exert now. Therefore, he wanted to try it himself. This place was desolate and quiet at this time of the night, so it was a good time to try it. Lu Yi took out the Dragon Emperor from his storage bag. It was a ball the size of a baby's head. It was scarlet in color, and there were scale-like patterns on the surface of the ball. Those should be real dragon scales. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to activate its power. Instead, he first gulped down a handful of spirit pills and a drop of soul-cleansing water. He was fully prepared. With the previous example, Lu Yi knew what kind of price he had to pay to use the Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor might not be able to display the power she had back then and the price he had to pay would not be as high as before, he still had to be careful. He took a deep breath and poured his spiritual power into the ball in his hand. Then, he used his own spiritual power to guide it. With a series of cracking sounds, the ball suddenly collapsed, turning into countless tiny scale fragments. Under the guidance of Lu Ye's qi, these tiny scale fragments climbed onto his body as if they had a mind of their own. A series of crackling sounds came from the secluded area as tiny scale fragments wrapped around Lu Yi. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet figure appeared where Lu Yi had been. The scarlet figure was tall, at least 10 meters in height, with a slender body and smooth curves, as if it had been created by the heavens themselves. A soft groan came from the scarlet figure, causing Lu Yi to frown inside the Dragon Emperor. Just like last time, the moment the Dragon Emperor was put on, it brought him an extremely intense pain. It was not an illusion, but a real stabbing pain. The entire Dragon Emperor seemed to have produced countless tiny spikes that were almost visible to the naked eye and pierced into Lu Ye's body. Even with Lu Ye's current physique, it was difficult for him to resist. When Lu Yi used the Dragon Emperor that day, he was only a 6th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, so he didn't feel it too deeply. Now that he was a 3rd-order True Lake Realm cultivator and had developed his divine sense, he immediately noticed some clues. What pierced into his body were not the tiny spikes he had imagined. In fact, these things weren't even real. As for what they were, Lu Yi didn't know. Moreover, this stabbing pain didn't only affect his physical body, but even his soul was trembling slightly. The soul-cleansing water played a role in alleviating the pain Lu Ye's soul felt. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the Dragon Emperor was hungrily devouring everything it could from his body. Spiritual energy, physical strength, and even spiritual energy. With this kind of devouring, Lu Ye's foundation was constantly being drained away. However, what made Lu Yi feel slightly relieved was that this devouring process was much gentler than the last time. The last time Lu Yi used the Dragon Emperor, he couldn't control the loss of his foundation at all. It was terrifying. This was the fundamental reason why Lu Ye's slash had caused him to run out of oil. Although the power of that slash was supported by the mandate of heaven and the soaring dragon realm, Lu Yi, who had used the Dragon Emperor, had to pay a huge price. Although the rate at which his foundation was draining this time was not slow, it was still within an acceptable range. As such, as long as he removed the Dragon Emperor, Lu Ye's foundation would not be affected. Lu Ye's state of mind was raised, and the entire world became very different. Colorful lights flowed in his vision. Those were the colors of the world's spirit qi. Usually, Lu Yi would only be able to see these colors when he activated the spiritual runes of insight to strengthen his eyes. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down a lot. Hu Po and Yi were watching from a short distance away. Both of them were in awe. In the spirit and tiger's field of vision, the Dragon Emperor's overall appearance did not change much. However, the current Dragon Emperor had many more complicated patterns than before. The crisscrossing patterns extended from her cheeks to her neck, chest, hands, feet, and even her back. It was like an extremely wild totem. This was clearly Madame Yun's handiwork. She had inscribed some spirit inscriptions on the surface of the Dragon Emperor. The tall scarlet body stood upright. 2 spots of dark red light bloomed in its eye sockets. Complemented by the wild totem, it gave off an extremely domineering and violent feeling. It was as if it wanted to tear apart everything in the world. Lu Yi silently sensed the current Dragon Emperor. Compared to before, the Dragon Emperor's absorption of his body was undoubtedly much weaker. This was a good thing. However, as such, the power he could unleash would probably be affected. He then took out the Dragon Ridge saber from his storage bag. The 16-feet-long saber seemed to be made of fresh blood. The body of the saber was not smooth. Every inch of the saber had a node that bulged slightly like bamboo joint. A blood-red light flowed on the saber's body, making it seem as if the saber was breathing on its own. With the saber in hand, an even more violent aura spread out. Even though he knew that Lu Yi would not have any ill intentions towards him, Hu Po could not help but tremble. He even felt a chill all over her body. The saber danced. The 30-feet-tall figure supported the 16-feet-long saber. Within 30 feet, everyone was a match for an entire nation. The saber's afterimages were numerous. Hu Po and Yi had already run a few hundred feet away. From afar, they could see the towering figure wielding the saber. As the figure moved, the two spots of light in its eye sockets dragged out two dark red ribbons of light in the dark night. Only after an incense stick's worth of time did Lu Yi suddenly sheath his saber and stand upright. The area within 1,000 feet radius was a complete mess. Amidst the crackling sounds, the Dragon Emperor was dismantled and turned back into a round ball the size of a baby's head. Lu Ye's face was slightly pale. His entire body was drenched in sweat. In just a short incense stick's time, Lu Yi had almost exhausted all of his energy. It was clear that the Dragon Emperor had expended a lot of energy. Even though its power had been greatly reduced and its energy consumption had decreased, it was still not something that could be maintained for a long time. However, no matter what, he had gained an additional treasure that could allow him to fight with his life on the line. After the experiment just now, Lu Yi had a rough idea of how the Dragon Emperor had improved him. However, this item could not be easily shown to others. It could only be used when he was in a desperate situation. All in all, Lu Yi was very satisfied with the current Dragon Emperor. In fact, he was even more satisfied than before. The previous Dragon Emperor was extremely powerful, but the aftereffects were also very strong. It was not suitable for him now. As long as the current Dragon Emperor used his combined strength, there would be no aftereffects. When Master repaired this item, he had obviously spent a lot of effort. He called out to Yi and Hu Po and led them towards vast Sky City. When they returned to the sect master's small courtyard, they found a room and went in to rest. The next day, Lu Yi, who had just recovered, received a message from Gan Wudong asking him to come to the law department immediately. Lu Yi did not know what Gan Wudong wanted, but now that he was working under Gan Wudong, he had to follow Gan Wudong's orders. After leaving the courtyard, he went straight to the law department's main hall. Soon, he saw Gan Wudong. "Lord." Gan Wudong nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. "Sit." Lu Yi sat on the chair opposite him. There was a table between them. "Lord, why did you summon me?" "It's like this." Gan Wudong looked troubled, as if he had encountered some difficulty. "Didn't I tell you to join Team A3? Deceiving Kangxi, is there a change in the situation?" Lu Yi asked. "Yes, there are some changes." Gan Wudong nodded. "Team A3 is full. As you know, teams in the law enforcement hall usually have 6 people in a team. The main reason is that it is convenient to use the 6 origin spirit restricting lock. Also, 6 people in a team can help each other. If there are too few people, it will be difficult to carry out the mission. If there are too many people, it will be a waste of manpower. Therefore, you probably won't be able to join Team A3. If that's the case, I can join another team." Lu Yi did not have any special requirements. If he did not join Team A3, he could join another team. Now that he was a member of the law department, he naturally had to listen to the orders of his superiors. He could not afford to be picky, and he did not have this problem. The other teams are not lacking in manpower. Gan Wudong raised his hand and pressed between his eyebrows. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, Lord? Just say it." If Gan Wudong did not want him to join the law department because of some unspeakable pressure, Lu Yi did not care. Now that the hierarch was in Grand Sky City, he had a good place to go. At worst, he would just go to a small village. It was not a bad thing. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 953. Don't overthink it. It's not what you think. Gan Wudong saw through Lu Ye's intentions. Lu Yi sat up straight and crossed his arms on the table in front of him. Since there are no other teams left, I intend to form a new team with you as the leader. What? Lu Yi thought he heard wrong. I'll be the leader? Was this guy joking with him? That's right. Gan Wudong nodded seriously. What do you think of being the leader and creating a new team of the Law Enforcement Hall? Rebirth. The Great Age of Waves. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. He thought Gan Wudong had encountered some difficulties and couldn't accept him into the Law Enforcement Division. However, not only was that not the case, Gan Wudong even wanted him to be the leader of a new team. Lu Yi didn't know much about the Law Division, and the Law Enforcement Hall had only come into contact with Team A3. Their captain, King Gungwu, was a true Lake Realm 9th Order cultivator, only one step away from the Spirit Sea Realm. The lowest cultivation of the team members was at least 3rd or 4th Order. He didn't know the situation of the other teams, but he guessed that they wouldn't be too different from the A3 team. With his cultivation, even if he entered the Law Enforcement Hall, he would be at the bottom. He would only be able to follow orders. How could he be qualified to command others, let alone be the leader? However, someone like Gan Wudong obviously wouldn't use this kind of thing against him. What a joke. Sir, may I ask why? Lu Yi asked. Gan Wudong said, I've read the mission report of the A3 team. King Gungwu and his team members have a high opinion of you. They all agreed that the mission was completed because of you. During the mission, you didn't panic in the face of danger. You were able to unite your companions and find a way out of a difficult situation. It's obvious that you have a strong ability to adapt. These are excellent qualities that the Law Enforcement Hall needs the most. Lu Yi became more vigilant after being praised. He felt that something was wrong. It wasn't that simple. In addition, you are strong enough. Although you were only a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator when you followed the A3 team to carry out the mission, the strength you can display is definitely not limited to that level. I've heard that you are good at killing enemies above your realm. Therefore, although you are only a third-order true Lake Realm cultivator now, I think you are the strongest. At the very least, he wouldn't be any worse than an average true Lake 5th Order cultivator. He had underestimated him. Not to mention a true Lake 5th Order cultivator, he had even killed a true Lake 7th Order cultivator in an instant. However, this was not something he could tell others. Of course, the most important point is that your military rank is high enough. Looking at the entire military continent guards, with your cultivation, most of the military ranks are between Fruit Guard and Way Guard, yet you are already a military officer, so you have the qualifications to order others around. Otherwise, if a military officer like you is placed in a team where the captain is only a Way Guard, others wouldn't be able to order you to do anything. Lu Yi frowned slightly. That was the logic behind it. The rank of one's military rank did indeed determine the weight of one's words in certain situations, but he still felt that something was off. All in all, you do have the qualifications to lead a team and be the captain. This is also the conclusion that I have come to after careful consideration. Qian Wudong looked at Lu Yi seriously. Lu Yi nodded, reluctantly agreeing with Qian Wudong's statement. But as for the position of leader, to be honest, he was not too interested. There were 6 members of the enforcers, and as a member, he only needed to follow orders. But if he were to take the position of leader, there were many things to consider. At the very least, during the mission, he had to ensure the safety of the members under him. Sir, Lu Yi was interrupted by Qian Wudong just as he opened his mouth. There are many benefits to being a captain. First of all, the law enforcement team captain can receive double the monthly salary. Now that you are a military officer, you receive 30,000 military points per month. But if you were the captain, you would receive 60,000 military points. I also received double the salary when I was in Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. Unfortunately, now that I have left Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass, I won't be able to receive the monthly salary there. You can still refine 150,000 explosive fire spirit stones every month. TSK, if you calculate it, you will receive at least 210,000 military points per month. Even Qian Wudong himself was shocked as he calculated. In the entire 9 states, which true lake cultivator in both camps could earn so many military points every month? With so many military points to exchange for golden spiritual sticks, how could his cultivation not improve quickly? And this didn't include the rewards for completing the mission. Also, after the mission is completed, the captain will receive 30% of the military points, and the remaining 70% will be divided equally among the other 5 members. Also, the captain of the law enforcement team is qualified to have a fixed residence in Great Sky City. Also, the exchange of resources in the law enforcement team can be discounted to a certain extent. Before Lu Yi could finish his sentence, Qian Wudong had already started talking. But the more he talked, the more cautious Lu Yi became. He had a feeling that Qian Wudong couldn't wait to be the captain. Why is this so? Sir, think about it carefully. Qian Wudong leaned forward and stared at Lu Yi with burning eyes, as if saying that if Lu Yi didn't give him a satisfactory answer, he wouldn't be able to walk out of this door today. Lu Yi understood the meaning in his eyes. Yun Danfeng said softly, "Sir, my hierarch came yesterday. Did you receive the news?" Mr. Tang came? Qian Wudong was taken aback. He didn't know about it. After the hierarch came yesterday, he only talked to a few old friends. No one had told him about it. But then, he realized that Lu Yi was using Mr. Tang to threaten him. He couldn't help but give Lu Yi a dirty look. "Sir, is it an order for me to be the captain?" Lu Yi asked. If it was an order, he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, he would be charged with disobedience. He still couldn't forget the taste of the dragon thorn in the execution prison, and he didn't want to go there again. You want to take it as an order? Qian Wudong threw the question back. Then I will take it as an order. Lu Yi stood up and saluted. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I am not strong enough to lead the team. Please find someone else. Qian Wudong nodded. If so, then forget it. You can't force a cow to drink water. Some things can't be forced, but I'm afraid I won't be able to live a peaceful life again. You can go now. I will find a suitable team for you. Qian Wudong waved his hand. Thank you, sir. I will take my leave now. Lu Yi turned around and left. The first few steps were full of vigor, but the more he walked, the slower his steps became. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around. What? Qian Wudong didn't understand. Sir, if I agree to be the captain, can I pick the team members myself? He suddenly remembered something. If Qian Wudong agreed, then he would have one less thing to worry about. Of course. Qian Wudong nodded. Since it is a new team, everything is new. The choice of team members is up to you, the captain. Qian Wudong seemed to have understood something. He smiled and said, Who do you want? Lu Yi didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are there any restrictions on who I can pick? For example, the soldiers at the front line, can I choose as I wish? Usually, there is no problem. But it depends on whether their superiors are willing to let them go. It was normal to transfer soldiers at the front line as long as there was a document or a warrant signed by a passmaster. What if their superiors aren't willing to let them go? Lu Yi asked. Qian Wudong smiled confidently. I still have that much influence. The head of the law department had the same status as the elders in the elder committee. All he needed to do was transfer some soldiers. No one would refuse him. Qian Wudong was certain that Lu Yi had his eyes on someone and wanted to transfer them from one of the passes. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to change his attitude. Who do you want to transfer to your team? Qian Wudong was curious. I haven't thought about it yet. But if you want me to be the captain, I have a request. Tell me. I want to have the authority to freely transfer soldiers at the front line. No problem. Qian Wudong agreed. He smiled and said, but I also have a request. What is it, sir? Lu Yi suddenly became vigilant. He knew that his intuition was right. Gan Wushuang wanted him to be a captain for a reason. This request should be his goal. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. If you feel that it's difficult, you can refuse. When he said that, Lu Yi felt relieved. You can go back now. You'll know tomorrow. Sir, a captain can have his own residence in Great Sky City. Qian Wudong was speechless. He felt that Lu Yi was too realistic. He hadn't even officially become the captain yet, and he was already thinking about a residence. But this was a small matter, so he straightforwardly said, Go find yourself a place where no one lives. Tell me the location later, and I'll report it for you. But let me say this first, that place is only for you to live in, it's not completely given to you. If there comes a day when you no longer work in the law department, Grand Heaven City will be taken back. I understand. A short while later, Lu Yi excitedly left the main hall of the law department and arrived at the small courtyard where the sect master resided. After searching for a while, he found an uninhabited small courtyard. He contacted Qian Wudong through Wei Ling and reported the location of the courtyard. Qian Wudong would register it. As such, this small courtyard would be his residence in vast Sky City. Although it wasn't big, it had a few rooms. It would be enough for the 6 members of the team to live here. As for the members of the team, Lu Yi had a plan in mind. It was impossible to find a team of 6 for now, but he could recruit 1 or 2 members first. He downloaded the best book-chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 954. Adat Senior Brother wants me to join the law department? In the sect master's small courtyard, Pang Huanin looked at Lu Yi in surprise. She had been studying the military state guards for the past 2 days, so she naturally knew the duties of the law department. She also knew that it was a good place to join, but she didn't expect Lu Yi to recruit her. When Gan Wudang gave Lu Yi the authority to recruit people freely, the first person he thought of was Pang Huanin. Although the palace master of Ziwei Dao Palace was only at the First Order True Lake Realm, however, her talent was indisputable. She was the child of destiny of the Wu Shuang continent, a person blessed with destiny. Even in the Wu Shuang continent's environment, she was still able to cultivate to the peak of the Cloud River realm. Not long after entering the 9 continents, she was able to advance to the True Lake realm. As long as she had enough resources, her cultivation would definitely improve quickly in the future. Therefore, it didn't matter if her cultivation was low, but her future prospects were good. Coupled with their relationship with each other and their respective sects, she could be considered one of them. Since he wanted to recruit people, he naturally felt more at ease with his own people. What do you think, junior sister? Lu Yi asked. Of course it's good. Pang Huanin showed a yearning look, but she still shook her head. But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint senior brother. What's wrong? Pang Huanin explained. I joined the military state guards to serve as a vanguard for the disciples. If I follow senior brother into the law department, then I won't be able to join the military state guards anymore. In the future, when the disciples come, not all of them will have the opportunity to join the law department like me. They will probably be sent to various frontline passes. I'm the palace master of Ziwei Dao Palace, so I naturally have to think about them. Lu Yi didn't think about this. The law department's selection criteria were very strict, and not just anyone could join. As Pang Huanin said, when the disciples of Ziwei Dao Palace came in the future, they would basically be sent to various frontline passes. If she joined the law department, she wouldn't be able to take care of the disciples in the future. After all, she couldn't completely rely on the sect master. The sect master was the sect master of the Blue Blood sect, not Ziwei Dao Palace. You're considerate, I'm too naive. Senior brother, please forgive me. Lu Ye's plan to recruit Pang Huanin wouldn't work, but it didn't matter. He still had many candidates in his mind. He left the sect master's small courtyard and returned to his own residence. Before he landed, he saw a figure waiting in the small courtyard in the distance. Judging from the figure, it was a woman, and she looked somewhat familiar as Lu Yi landed. His movements alerted the newcomer. Turning around, Lu Yi recognized the newcomer. No wonder she looked familiar. She was Qian Wudong's woman. Why was she here? Even as Lu Yi was puzzled, the woman bowed solemnly and said, I'm Lin Yinxiu of the War Province, and I'm here to report for duty. Lu Yi swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She looked at this woman called Lin Yinxiu in astonishment. He slowly came to his senses. The department head asked you to come here. Lin Yinxiu replied. Yes, Lu Yi frowned. The department head gave me the authority to freely recruit people, but he didn't say that the stronghold would send a single person to me. What the hell was Gan Wudong doing? He was a divine sea realm cultivator and the head of the law department. Why was he trying to get in through the back door? There were so many teams in the law department. The woman in front of him was Gan Wudong's woman. Lu Yi didn't want to have anything to do with her. If anything happened during the mission, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Gan Wudong. What he wanted was a smart and capable team member, not a mediocre one who had connections. He had to talk to Gan Wudong about this. Lin Yinxiu smiled. Didn't the department head tell you that he had a request? I'm that request. The department head asked me to join your team. Lu Yi frowned even harder. Yesterday, he had guessed that the request Gan Wudong didn't mention was the reason why Gan Wudong wanted him to be the team leader. However, he didn't expect that the request was to send a person to his team that wasn't fully formed yet. That was why Qian Wudong's woman had to worry about not having enough cultivation resources and why she had to risk her life in the law department. Lu Yi really didn't want to accept such a team member. Yesterday, Gan Wudong said that if Lu Yi felt that it was too difficult, he could reject it. But if he really refused, Lu Yi estimated that he wouldn't be able to remain as the team leader. Yesterday, he didn't care much about the position of team leader, but if he had the authority to freely recruit people, this position would be very important to him. Captain, rest assured, I'm very obedient, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Yinxiu saw Lu Yi hesitate and quickly said. Lu Yi said, Junior sister misunderstands, I don't have any complaints about you, it's just that… After a short pause, he said, Forget it, I'll go find the department head myself. Saying so, he rushed to the law department's main hall. Lin Yinxiu hurriedly said, Captain, I'm a 7th order cultivator, I won't hold you back. Lu Yi paused and turned to look at her in astonishment. 7th order cultivator? Yes, Lin Yinxiu nodded heavily and pushed her spirit chi. Lu Yi glanced at her and found that she really was a 7th order true lake realm cultivator. He had called her junior sister incorrectly just now. In terms of cultivation, he should have called her senior sister. By the way, this is a warrant signed by the department head. With this warrant, Captain will have the authority to now have the authority to mobilize manpower in the various state guard organizations and mountain passes. Lin Yinxiu handed a jade token to Lu Yi, but the department head said that this token will only last until our team is full. Lu Yi took the jade token and poured his spirit chi into it, immediately releasing a wisp of Gan Wudong's aura. Captain, I've joined your team, right? Lin Yinxiu looked at Lu Yi with a pair of clear eyes. Lu Yi held the jade token in his hand and sensed the spirit chi fluctuations coming from her, nodding, From now on, you're a member of my team. A 7th order true lake realm cultivator, No matter where she went, she shouldn't be a burden, so accepting her as a team member wasn't a big deal. Lin Yinxiu immediately smiled and thanked Captain. She turned to look at the small courtyard and asked, "Captain, which one do you live in?" Lu Yi pointed to a room in the middle of the courtyard. Lin Yinxiu immediately pointed to the room next to it. "Then I'll live in this one. Run." Halfway through, she turned back and raised her hand to tap her battlefield mark, sending a blue light towards Lu Yi. "Captain, let's exchange our marks so we can communicate more easily in the future." "Okay." After a short while, Lin Yinxiu happily rushed into her room, leaving Lu Yi standing in the courtyard in a daze. He didn't manage to recruit the one he wanted, but the one he didn't want to recruit came knocking on his door. What was this? No matter what, he had to ask Gan Wu Dang about this matter, and see what he meant. Soaring into the sky, he went straight to the law department's main hall. What surprised Lu Yi was that Gan Wu Dang wasn't in the law department's main hall. He asked the cultivators guarding the door, but no one knew where he went. In desperation, Lu Yi could only contact him through the Wei Ling. In the main hall of the order department, Fan Xiang Yi was dealing with official business. Not far away, Gan Wu Dang was lying on a chair without a care for his image, sighing. "If you're worried, don't let her out. If you let her out, don't frown." Veins bulged on Fan Xiang Yi's forehead, mainly because she was annoyed by Gan Wu Dang and wanted to kick him out. "A grown girl can't be kept at home. I can protect her. I can protect her for a while, but I can't protect her forever. She has to go out and see the world. You know this too." Fan Xiang Yi snorted. "You've been keeping her by your side all these years. I thought you didn't know." "How could I not know? I just couldn't stop worrying. But there are so many teams in the law department. Why did you put her by Lu Ye's side? Lu Ye's cultivation isn't high. If she really encountered any danger, he might not be able to take care of her. Do you think I wanted to?" Gan Wu Dang was in agony. "I also wanted to find a safer team for her. It was Yinxiu who insisted on going." "Why?" Fan Xiang Yi didn't understand. Gan Wu Dang's expression became more and more pained. "It's a long story." Obviously, he didn't want to talk about it. "Then tell me slowly." Fan Xiang Yi didn't plan to let him go. She looked like she had to figure it out. Gan Wu Dang was silent for a long time before he spoke. "You know Yinxiu's mother?" "Of course." Fan Xiang Yi nodded. "They used to have a good relationship. Then you should know that Yinxiu's mother worships someone very much. You have a true lake." Fan Xiang Yi understood. Fan Xiang Yi understood. Jade Blood Sect, Feng Wujiang. Yes. In that era, Yinxiu's mother wasn't the only one who worshipped him. Weren't you the same? It's all in the past. Fan Xiang Yi smiled. She couldn't help but think of Nian Yuxian. Nian Yuxian's situation was the same as theirs. Just as Gan Wu Dang said, there were too many people who worshipped Feng Wujiang in that era. Not only were there women, but there were even more men. Countless experts followed him because he was the only king who had the hope of unifying the two factions in the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, he failed at the last step and lost his reputation. The problem lies with Feng Wujiang. When Yinxiu was young, her mother often told her about Feng Wujiang. She also sighed in front of Yinxiu. It's a pity that she couldn't witness Feng Wujiang's rise and growth. Tomato Yinxiu was influenced by her mother. Fan Xiang Yi roughly understood. That's right. Yinxiu has always paid attention to Lu Ye's many deeds. In her eyes, Lu Ye is the second Feng Wujiang. Her mother couldn't witness Feng Wujiang's rise and growth, which was a regret. Therefore, she doesn't want to have any regrets in the future. She probably wants to fulfill her mother's last wish. First there was Feng Wujiang, and now there's Lu Ye. Blue Blood Sect is a treasure land. It can always produce some monstrous figures. What do you think? Feng Wujiang's era was different from today. At least, Feng Wujiang only had to face Myriad Devil Ridge at that time. He clicked to download the Best Book Chaser app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 955. Feng Wujiang's era wasn't as complicated as it was now. If Lu Yi wanted to grow, he would have to face more challenges than Feng Wujiang. Fan Xiangyi smiled. Aren't you afraid that he'll get close to you? Qian Wudong was shocked and furious. He wouldn't dare. Just then, Wei Ling heard some noise. He checked and found that it was Lu Yi who sent him a message asking about Lin Yinxiu. Qian Wudong wasn't in a good mood, so he replied, I'll leave her to you. But if you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, I'll break your legs. Outside the law department, Lu Yi was speechless. How could I have improper thoughts about Lin Yinxiu? Did Qian Wudong get kicked in the head by a donkey? How could he not trust his own woman? If he wanted to tell someone, he should tell Lin Yinxiu. Why would he tell him to do that? But at this point, if he wanted to keep the position of captain and the right to recruit people freely, Lin Yinxiu would have to accept him. Lu Yi hurried back to the small courtyard and shouted, Lin Yinxiu, I'm here. Lin Yinxiu immediately flashed out of the room next door. Lin Yinxiu hurried to catch up with him. She asked excitedly, What's the mission, Captain? She didn't expect to get a mission as soon as she arrived. She couldn't help but be excited. She didn't know whether she was going to punish evil or eliminate traitors. Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Ye's expression was cold. Lin Yinxiu nodded obediently. She was quite obedient, Lu Yi thought. Based on the limited contact he had with her, this woman wasn't too scheming and didn't have much experience. Her cultivation was high enough, so it shouldn't be difficult to get along with her. Of course, the main thing was that she was obedient. As the captain in the future, he would have to give some orders. If this woman relied on Qian Wudong's support and disobeyed his orders, Lu Yi would have a hard time. Two silhouettes soared into the sky, one after the other. Lin Yinxiu's cultivation was 4 levels higher than Lu Ye's, so her flying speed wasn't slow. After leaving Haoyan City, she considerately took out her flying spiritual tool. Captain, come on up. It'll save you some energy. Lu Yi looked at her flying spiritual tool. It looked like a flower basket, just like Hua Xi's. However, her flower basket spirit tool was obviously much more expensive than Hua Xi's, and its decorations were also more gaudy. He decisively refused. No need. He summoned his spirit boat and stepped onto it. He flew all the way. It was worth mentioning that Lin Yinxiu's performance was very good. Unless Lu Yi asked her something, she would never rashly disturb him. However, what made Lu Yi puzzled was that she seemed to have not seen much of the world. Ever since she left Grand Sky City, she had been looking around with a curious expression. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi roughly understood that this woman was like a canary. She had gone Wudong behind her back, so she didn't need to run around to earn cultivation resources. Naturally, she hadn't seen much of the world. Fairy Wood's adventure, from the looks of it, her true Lake Realm's 7th order cultivation would be reduced. If she really encountered an enemy, it would be hard to say if she would be able to display her full strength. In a few simple words, Lu Yi also learned some basic information about her. She was a ghost cultivator and minored in medicine. This was a pleasant surprise because in Lu Ye's mind, there was no ghost cultivator. Lin Yinxiu's appearance undoubtedly filled this vacancy. The main reason why the Enforcement Hall's team had 6 members was that it was convenient to use the 6 origin spirit restricting lock. Another reason was that they had to take into account all the different factions. Only in this way could the entire team reach a perfect level of cooperation. For example, King Gongwu's A3 team was made up of body cultivators and could charge and break through enemy lines. Kong Yuanqiao was a sword cultivator, Shang Guanqiu was a spirit cultivator, Xiao Riyun was a ghost cultivator, and Mu Zheng was a weapon cultivator. They also had some medical skills. Such a team composition was undoubtedly very reasonable. Whether it was a big battle or a small one, the cooperation of the team members would always be able to display a good combat strength. Along the way, they traveled thousands of miles from vast Sky City and only arrived at their destination at noon on the third day. Shocking Waves Lake Pass. Lu Ye's trip this time was to transfer his third senior brother away from here. The reason why he agreed to be the leader of the team was also for this purpose. Although he killed Tan Shu when he transformed into Li Taibai, Tan Shu was not the source. The Heavenly Yuan sect or the people behind Tan Shu were. With Tan Shu dead, there was still Zhang Shu and Li Shu. If he wanted to completely get rid of this quagmire, he had to leave the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. Lu Yi did not know what the Azure Arch City was, but he could not do anything when his disciple was bullied. However, Xiao Xinghe was his third senior brother. Since the Azure Arch City was not in charge, he could only rely on his fellow disciples. The warrant signed by Qian Wudong gave him the right to freely recruit people. As for whether he could save his third senior brother from the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, it would depend on his methods. Qian Wudong also said that if he wanted to transfer people, it would depend on the person. He could not forcefully interfere with whether his family was willing to let Xiao Xinghe go. The organization was different. Although the head of the law department had a high position, he could not order the Shocking Waves Lake Pass Lord. That Lu Yueme was most likely unwilling to let Xiao Xinghe go. If that was the case, Lu Yi could not forcefully take Xiao Xinghe away. The Shocking Waves Lake Pass was located in the center of a large lake, which was how it got its name. A powerful formation cultivator had set up a water curtain formation here with the Shocking Waves Lake as the foundation. If a strong enemy attacked, the entire Shocking Waves Lake could be turned into a barrier. In terms of defense, it could be said to be a unique advantage. When Lu Yi led Lin Yinxiu to this place, he saw cultivators continuously entering and exiting this place. They seemed to be in a hurry, and many of them were even injured when they returned from outside. Some of them had even died in battle, and only their corpses had been brought back. Lin Yinxiu's face was slightly pale. She hid behind Lu Yi and whispered, "Captain, the battle here seems to be very intense." The Shocking Waves Lake Pass originally did not have any battles. However, ever since they took the initiative to attack the Dark Moon Forest Pass and broke through its defenses, the tacit peace was broken. The Dark Moon Forest Pass had suffered such a huge loss, so how could they let it go so easily? After Li Taibai left, Lin Yu and Zhang Kun ordered their soldiers to attack. The soldiers from both sides fought endlessly in the buffer zone between the two passes. However, in this battle, both sides were still restrained. The Divine Sea Realm cultivators did not move out again. It was not a large-scale battle, but a small battle. The troops were constantly clashing. In this way, both sides suffered casualties. The Shocking Waves Lake Pass's great formation was in an activated state. The soldiers at the pass itself could enter and exit freely, so Lu Yi and Lin Yinxiu could not enter without permission. Fortunately, there was always a cultivator on duty here. Lu Yi found the cultivator on duty and cupped his fists. Law Division's Lu Yi on orders. Please inform the pass master. The cultivator on duty was stunned. He didn't know how his own pass had provoked the people of the Law Division. The reputation of the Law Division was not small. Normally, it would not be a good thing to attract the attention of the Law Division. Therefore, this cultivator listened to Lu Yi and said, "Law Division." He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he turned and went into the city to report. Lu Yi and Lin Yinxiu stood outside and waited, attracting the attention of the other cultivators on duty. However, no one dared to come up and talk. It could be seen how powerful the Law Division was outside. After a while, the cultivator on duty hurriedly entered a large hall in the city. He cupped his fists and saluted. "Pass Master, there are 2 people from the Law Division outside requesting an audience." Above, a man was looking through a lot of complicated information. Recently, the soldiers at the 2 passes had been constantly clashing. The leisurely time of going to know. 8 had also suddenly disappeared. He naturally had a lot of official business to deal with. However, Lu Yueme had just experienced the pain of losing her son and was unable to extricate herself from it. He had to deal with everything alone, which made him feel rather dissatisfied. The man was the other pass master of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, Che Xiong. Although his cultivation was similar to Lu Yueme's, and his strength was even slightly higher than Lu Yueme's, in this Shocking Waves Lake Pass, he was the small pass master, and Lu Yueme was the big pass master. After all, behind her stood Yu Huajin. The Shocking Waves Lake Pass also belonged to Heaven's Gate. In terms of background, he couldn't be compared to Lu Yueme. What are the people from the Law Division doing here? Che Xiong frowned. When he heard that it was the Law Division, his first reaction was the same as the cultivator on duty. He thought that perhaps some soldier at the pass had committed some crime and the Law Division had come to arrest him. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. You said there are only 2 people? Yes, there are only 2 people, a man and a woman. Che Xiong was even more puzzled. When the people from the Law Division went out to carry out missions, they were usually a team of 6 people. They would never act in pairs. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem like they were here to arrest someone. After calming down a little, Che Zixiong said, "Please come in." Yes. The cultivator on duty retreated. When he was outside the formation, he ordered someone to open a gap in the formation and led Lu Yi and Lin Yinxiu towards the large hall. After a while, Lu Yi and Lin Yinxiu arrived at the large hall. They looked up and saw a man sitting upright. Lu Yueme's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi of the Law Division's Law Enforcement Hall and team member Lin Yinxiu greet the pass master. Che Xiong nodded. What business do the 2 of you have here? Lu Yi stood with his hand on his saber and said loudly, "Under the orders of the division master, we have come to your pass to recruit a person. We hope that the pass master will agree." As he said this, he took a few steps forward and handed over the warrant signed by Qian Wudong. "This is the warrant signed by the division master. Please have a look." Che Xiong took it and injected his spiritual energy into it. He immediately sensed a trace of Qian Wudong's aura. He checked the remaining information in the jade and confirmed that there was no mistake before returning it to Lu Yi. "There is no problem with the warrant." Che Xiong nodded slightly. "Who do you want to recruit?" It wasn't strange. There were always some outstanding cultivators or cultivators with powerful backgrounds at the front line who would be recruited by the various divisions. Usually, when this kind of thing happened, the various passes would make it convenient for them to do so. He clicked and downloaded the best book chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 956. Azure Emperor City, Shao Xing He, Lu Yi reported his name. Che Xiong was stunned. He thought that some outstanding soldier had attracted the attention of the Law Division, so they came to conscript him. Who knew that it would be Shao Xinghe? To be honest, Shao Xinghe was indeed not bad. His performance at the Shocking Waves Lake Pass was commendable. However, he was still far from being chosen by an organization like the Law Division and directly being transferred over. In particular, Shao Xinghe's cultivation was not very high. He was only a third-order true Lake Realm cultivator. Why would the Law Division suddenly conscript Shao Xinghe? He suddenly reacted and looked at Lu Yi. "You're Lu Yi from Blue Blood Sect?" When Lu Yi reported his name, he just casually listened. He vaguely felt that the name sounded familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Now, he remembered. No wonder they came to conscript Shao Xinghe. It turned out that this was the reason. Yes. Che Xiong frowned slightly, secretly having a headache. Logically speaking, if Lu Yi came with Gong Wudong's order, he couldn't stop him. He should give Gong Wudong some face. There were many cultivators in Shocking Waves Lake Pass. It didn't matter if Shao Xinghe was there or not, so there was no reason to stop him. But he knew better than anyone why he was at Shocking Waves Lake Pass. If he rashly let him go, wouldn't he offend that person? Although he was also a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, he was only from a third-grade sect. He couldn't afford to offend that person. Just as he was thinking about how to resolve this matter, the battlefield mark suddenly moved. He hurriedly checked and was overjoyed. Good! Saying so, he was about to rush out. Lu Yi frowned. What's the matter, sir? Chi Xiong hurriedly said. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator from Dark Moon Forest Pass is on the move. This king has to go and stop him. When the last word fell, he had already disappeared. It was unknown if the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator from Dark Moon Forest Pass was really on the move. Lu Yi couldn't verify this, but the timing of the other party's Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was too coincidental. He had long known that it wouldn't be easy to transfer people over. However, this was just the beginning, and the Shocking Waves Lake Pass's past master had already disappeared. Captain. Even though Lin Yinxiu was a simple-minded person, she could faintly sense that something was wrong. No matter what, she was still a true Lake 7th Order cultivator. Even though she was simple-minded, she wasn't stupid. Don't worry about it. The host left, leaving the two guests behind. Lu Yi roughly understood what Che Qixiong was thinking. Apparently, he felt that his request was a little tricky and was unwilling to deal with it. Even if he was unwilling to deal with it, there would always be someone who was willing to deal with it. Let's go. He rolled up his sleeves and walked out of the hall. He looked around and stopped a cultivator who was in a hurry. He cupped his fists and said, Fellow Taoist, may I ask if Azure Tharch City's Shaoxinghe is in the mountain pass? Are you looking for Shaoxinghe? The cultivator looked at Lu Yi from head to toe. After confirming that he had never seen Lu Yi before, he couldn't help but be a little vigilant. What's the matter? I am a member of the Law Division and have come here on orders. The cultivator's expression changed slightly. What did Brother Xiao do wrong? Judging from the way he addressed Shaoxinghe and his attitude, he should have some friendship with him. Shaoxinghe's situation in the Shocking Waves Lake Pass was indeed not very good. Although they were secretly suppressing him, there were also all kinds of people. Some followed the orders of their superiors, some did not care, and naturally, there were also people who stood up for him. Although Lu Yueme could cover the sky with one hand in the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, she could not stop people from befriending Shaoxinghe. Therefore, when this person heard that Lu Yi was a member of the Law Division, he subconsciously became vigilant. No. Lu Yi shook his head. He hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Xiao. Shaoxinghe is my senior brother. You are from Azure Tharch City. The cultivator could not help but have some misunderstandings. He let out a sigh of relief and said, In that case, follow me. Thank you. As the cultivator walked in a direction, they soon arrived in front of a house. Senior brother lives here. Lu Yi looked around and frowned. This location was undoubtedly very bad, because once the protection of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass was broken, this place would bear the brunt. Moreover, Senior Brother's house was obviously smaller than the other houses he saw on the way. Brother Xiao suffered some injuries before and should be recuperating at this moment. The cultivator spoke and gently flicked his finger 3 times in the void in front of him. Since Shaoxinghe was recuperating, the protective restriction of the house must be in an activated state. As the cultivator flicked his finger, a transparent light curtain appeared and ripples spread into the depths. Is Senior Brother's injury serious? Lu Yi asked in a deep voice. It's not light. Previously, our Shocking Waves Lake Pass launched a strong attack on the Dark Moon Forest Pass, and many people died. Your senior brother is lucky and came back alive. After recuperating for a few days, he should have recovered a lot. As he spoke, the protective barrier closed and the door opened. A handsome man with thick eyebrows and big eyes appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision. His face was slightly pale. Who else could it be but Shaoxinghe? He looked at the cultivator who led Lu Yi over. "Brother Wang, what's the matter?" The cultivator surnamed Wang said, "Your junior brother is here to find you. I'll lead the way." He pointed at Lu Yi. "Junior brother?" Xiao Xinghe looked at Lu Yi in confusion. He looked at Lu Yi and then looked behind him. He was at a loss for a moment. Lin Yinxiu. Why, brother Xiao doesn't know him. The cultivator surnamed Wang became vigilant again. The way he looked at Lu Yi was not right. It was unknown what bad things he had thought of. Xiao Xinghe glanced at the long saber on Lu Ye's waist again. His heart moved and he suddenly laughed heartily. "Of course I know him. How did junior brother find this place?" He had already guessed Lu Ye's identity. Their eyes met. Lu Yi cupped his fists and greeted third senior brother. Xiao Xinghe raised his hand and held Lu Ye's arm. "We're brothers. You don't have to be so polite." He turned sideways. "Come in and talk." Lu Yi nodded and led Lin Yinxiu in. "Thank you, brother Wang." At the door, Xiao Xinghe thanked the cultivator surnamed Wang. "It's nothing," Wang said. The cultivator waved his hand and looked around. Seeing that there were many eyes staring at this place, he sighed slightly. "Brother Zhao's injuries need to be healed quickly. Now that you've shown up, I'm afraid the great past master will not let you continue to be idle." If it weren't for his serious injuries, Xiao Xinghe wouldn't have had the chance to heal. But now that a few days had passed, even if his injuries had not healed, once the great past master gave the order, he had no choice but to participate in the battle. Otherwise, he would be disobeying orders. "I understand." After chatting for a while, the cultivator surnamed Wang hurriedly left. Although he intended to befriend Xiao Xinghe and did not like the actions of some people above him, he was just an ordinary soldier in the mountain pass. He could not change anything. He turned around and entered the house. After closing the door, Xiao Xinghe looked at Lu Yi with a happy face. "Good boy, you've already reached the true lake." Third senior brother. Lu Yi bowed again with a serious expression. "We're brothers." Xiao Xinghe glared at Lu Yi angrily and greeted him warmly. "Come, sit down and talk." The house did not look big from the outside, but it was even narrower inside. In order to facilitate cultivation, Xiao Xinghe did not have a bed or table in the house. There was only a futon. "When did you come to the State Guard?" Xiao Xinghe asked as they sat down. "More than 4 months ago." "It's been a while. How is the sect master?" The sect master came to Haotian City the day before yesterday. The old man's body was very healthy. As soon as he arrived, he had a warm conversation with a few old friends. Although Lu Yi did not say it clearly, Xiao Xinghe could not understand the meaning behind his words. He could not help but laugh. The sect master is still so energetic. Where's senior sister Shui Yuan? Second senior sister is also very well. Third senior brother, you don't have to worry about her. Now that the sect master is not in the sect, second senior sister is guarding the sect. If senior brother is free, you can go back and take a look. Xiao Xinghe nodded. After wasting so many years, it's time to go back and take a look. I don't know if second senior sister will beat me when she sees me. That's for sure. When the time comes, I won't help. Lu Yi nodded heavily. Xiao Xinghe laughed involuntarily. Although this was the first time they had met, there was no estrangement or unfamiliarity between them. Lu Yi thought to himself that this was probably the friendship of fellow disciples, just like when he had first met Shui Yuan and Li Baxian at the Spirit Stream battlefield. "Little junior brother, have I seen you somewhere before?" Xiao Xinghe suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. "Third senior brother, where do you think you've seen me before?" Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Xiao Xinghe shook his head. "I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen you before, but I keep having a very familiar feeling." Lu Yi smiled but did not say anything. Xiao Xinghe saw Li Tai by, so he naturally had a strange sense of familiarity. "By the way, I was too busy talking to you. This is..." Xiao Xinghe slapped his head, and only then did he remember Lin Yinxiu, who came in with Lu Yi. My team member, Lin Yinxiu. Lu Yi gave a simple introduction. After greeting each other, Xiao Xinghe could not help but be confused. Which team member of yours? Lu Ye's expression turned solemn as he said, I'm now in the law division. Under the orders of the division head, I came to the Shocking Waves Lake Pass this time to transfer senior brother to the law division. The law division, he was very surprised. That was a good place. Although there were often dangers when carrying out missions, there was no danger at the pass. There had been no fighting at the Shocking Waves Lake Pass for a long time. Xiao Xinghe was stunned. A fight broke out as soon as it started. After the battle, many familiar faces from the past could no longer be seen. Therefore, even though the law division's casualty rate was very high, there were still many cultivators who wanted to drill their heads into it. Not to mention anything else, just the deterrence brought by the law division itself was not something an ordinary position could compare to. When the law division cultivators walked outside, who didn't give them some face? Of course, he also wanted to enter the law division, but it was a bit unusual for Lu Yi to personally conscript him. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Xinghe guessed something and smiled. It's a good thing that junior brother is highly regarded by division head Qian Wu, but you should act steadily. I won't go. Click to download the best book chasing app. Many readers use this to read books aloud. Chapter 957. Although Xiao Xinghe was bold and unrestrained, his mind was extremely meticulous. In just a few words, he had inferred some things. It was obviously his junior brother's credit that he could be conscripted. He didn't think that he would be chosen by the law division with his ability and talent. From this, it could be seen that his junior brother was quite favored by Qian Wu, the head of the law division. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the right to personally transfer people. His junior brother was thinking for him, so he naturally couldn't only care about himself. It was easy for others to leave this Shocking Waves Lake Pass, but it was extremely difficult for him to escape. If his junior brother really faced that vicious woman, things would become very troublesome. Lu Yi said, Senior brother, don't worry. If it really can't be done, I won't force it. Please endure it here. I will find an opportunity to get you out in the future. The key to transferring Xiao Xinghe away this time was to not let go of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. It could be said that the initiative was completely in the hands of Lu Yueme. If she insisted on not letting him go and didn't give face to Qian Wu, Lu Yi wouldn't have the slightest chance. If that was the case, then don't blame him for making a move on the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Most cultivators were arrogant and unruly, and they would always inadvertently violate the way law. How could the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect be exempt? It was just that many things were harmless. No one reported it and no one pursued it. But if the people of the law department were to keep an eye on who hadn't made a mistake, take Lu Yi for example. Back then, he had left Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass with Thought Moon Immortal for 2 months. If the investigation was to be carried out, he would be charged with the crime of deserting his post without permission. Lu Yi felt that he should familiarize himself with the way law after returning this time. In the future, when he worked in the law division, he would need to use it. Xiao Xinghe nodded. I'm relieved that junior brother said so. It could be seen that his junior brother wasn't a reckless person. He was afraid that Lu Yi was young and impetuous and wanted to take him away from here. He would definitely not be able to deal with it. Bang, bang, bang. The door shook. Someone was banging on it from outside. Lu Yi suddenly turned his head, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Normally, cultivators wouldn't be so rough when searching for someone. If someone was in seclusion, it wouldn't be good to disturb them like this. That cultivator surnamed Wang had been here before. At that time, he would only lightly touch the restriction to remind Xiao Xinghe that there was a visitor. As for whether Xiao Xinghe would see it or not, it would depend on his own thoughts. But this time, someone was banging on the door so violently. Obviously, they were up to no good. Looking at the other party's posture, if not for some misgivings, they would have broken through the door and barged in. Xiao Xinghe comforted, "Junior brother, don't be impatient." When he got up and opened the door, he saw an impatient young man standing outside. He couldn't help but frown. "Senior Marshal Brother Chen Ku, is something the matter?" The young man named Chen Ku looked at Xiao Xinghe with disdain. His gaze swept past him and swept over Lu Yi and Lin Yinxiu in the room. "Get lost." Chen Ku raised his hand and pushed Xiao Xinghe to the side. As his spirit energy surged, he revealed his 7th order true lake realm cultivation. He barged into the room and looked down at Lu Yi. "You're from the Department of Justice?" Lu Yi slowly got up and looked straight into his eyes. "Yes." Chen Ku snorted. "Past Master invites you. Come with me." "Past Master Lu?" "Naturally." Lu Yi secretly thought that the other party was really fast. She hadn't been here for long and he had already received the news. But it wasn't surprising. After all, this was the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, which was the other party's territory. She was also a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, so how could she not notice? Che Xiong didn't want to deal with Lu Ye's recruitment of Xiao Xinghe, so he found an excuse to escape. Now that someone who could deal with it had appeared, it was naturally to Lu Ye's liking. "Lead the way." The corner of Chen Ku's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He turned around and left the room, flying in a certain direction. Lu Yi and the other two followed closely behind. Xiao Xinghe was a little uneasy and whispered to Lu Yi, "Little junior brother, since you came here for me, you must know about the grievances between Lu Yueme and the sect. Although you have the protection of the Department of Justice, you still have to be careful in front of her. She just went through the pain of losing her son and is a little unreasonable. It's hard to guarantee that she won't do something crazy." "I understand, senior brother, don't worry." Lu Yi took the lead. Following behind Chen Ku, they quickly returned to the main hall. Che Xiong was still nowhere to be seen, but there was an additional figure in the main hall that looked a little bleak. It was Lu Yueme. Lu Yi had a deep impression of this woman. No matter what, Li Taibai was almost beaten to death by the family a few days ago. However, she probably didn't expect that Li Taibai, who thought he was dead for sure, would actually be alive and kicking, and would appear in front of her openly. "Past Master, I've brought him." Chen Ku cupped his fist. Lu Yueme stood there quietly, but her bone-chilling gaze was fixed on Lu Yi. Her eyes were suddenly filled with endless hatred and killing intent. Without any warning, the might of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly spread out. Lu Yi, who was about to salute, instantly felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His body bent slightly and his bones creaked. Although Xiao Xinghe, who was behind him, was not directly targeted, he was still injured after all. He was disturbed by the aftershocks and groaned. The one who had the least reaction was Lin Yinxiu. Her cultivation was higher than the two of them, and she wasn't targeted like Lu Yi, but in front of the power of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, her face was also pale. The passage of time seemed to have slowed down a lot. Lu Yi was under great pressure. The bones in his body creaked more and more intensely, and his body continued to bend. Although he knew that meeting Lu Yueme wouldn't be a good thing, Lu Yi didn't think that this woman would be crazy to such an extent. It seemed that it was just as his third senior brother had said. After experiencing the pain of losing her son for the first time, this woman was a bit unreasonable. How could Lu Yi kneel in front of her? Even if the pressure was as heavy as a mountain, he still held on. He was now a member of the Law Division, representing the Law Division to carry out official duties. This Lu Yueme wouldn't dare to go too far, otherwise it would be a slap to Qian Wudong's face. Resisting the pressure, Lu Yi struggled to open his mouth and spoke, one word at a time. "Lu Ye of the Law Division, together with Lin Yinxiu, greets the Lord of the Willow Pass." The moment he finished speaking, the irresistible pressure suddenly disappeared. Such a sudden reversal of extremes made Lu Ye's blood boil in his chest. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat and he almost spat it out. Beside him, Xiao Xinghe was the same. While he grunted, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, which undoubtedly affected his injury. Lu Yi raised his head and stared at Lu Yueme with eyes as sharp as swords. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. I have heard of the Lord of the Willow Pass for a long time. Today, I see that the Lord of the Willow Pass is as powerful as a mountain. Humph! Lu Yueme snorted softly and turned around. She calmly sat on the chair behind the table and said, I have also heard of your name for a long time. It is my honor to be remembered by the Lord of the Pass. Yes, I do remember you. Lu Yueme sneered. Her expression was bone-chillingly cold. She didn't hide her hostility towards Lu Yi at all. Then, why are you here? Under the orders of Lord Qian Wudong, I am here to recruit Xiao Xinghe into the Law Division. This is the order signed by the Lord of the Law Division. Lu Yi took a few steps forward and handed over the order signed by Qian Wudong. Lu Yueme didn't move. She didn't have any intention of accepting it. Since she knew that Lu Yi had come to Shocking Waves Lake Pass, how could she not know Lu Ye's intentions and preparations? What she had asked just now was completely nonsense. They were less than 3 feet apart. Lu Yueme stared into Lu Ye's eyes and said, The Law Division is filled with experts. How can you be interested in my pass? Useless fellow? Lu Yi took back the order and said, That is the Lord's consideration. I am just following orders. Anyway, it was definitely not wrong to push the blame to Qian Wudong. Then go back and tell Lord Qian that my pass is short on manpower. Xiao Xinghe performed well in the previous battle and I intend to promote him. I can only thank Lord Qian for his kindness. Yes. Lu Yi replied and cupped his fists. Then, I will take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Yinxiu had a blank expression as she hurriedly followed. After the table, Lu Yueme was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Yi to leave so easily. She thought that Lu Yi had other preparations or methods to make her let Xiao Xinghe go. Just as Lu Yi was about to step out of the hall with Lin Yinxiu, Lu Yueme's voice came from behind. Wait. Lu Yi paused and let out a sigh of relief. His tense expression also relaxed a little. Things were progressing quite smoothly. He was afraid that this woman wouldn't call for him. If she didn't call for him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about Xiao Xinghe. As long as she called for him, then there was a glimmer of hope. It was just a glimmer of hope. Lu Yi wasn't sure if things would go according to his plan. After all, there were too many variables. He didn't need to come personally to conscript Xiao Xinghe. Now that he had Lin Yinxiu as his subordinate, he could let her do it for him. Because of his relationship with Lu Yueme, if he came personally, things would become very complicated. However, he still came personally because only by making things complicated would he have a chance of conscripting Xiao Xinghe. Otherwise, calling Lin Yinxiu over would be a waste of effort. Lu Yueme definitely wouldn't let Xiao Xinghe go. Does past Lord Lu have any other orders? Lu Yi turned around and asked. The cold Lu Yueme revealed a smile at this moment, but this smile was a bit sinister. I have heard of Blue Blood Sect's Lu Yi's name many times. I have also heard of your many achievements in the Spirit Stream battlefield and Cloud River battlefield. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a talent in the law department? Lu Yi, I have the intention of transferring you to this mountain pass to kill the enemy. What do you think? He had come here to conscript Xiao Xinghe, but Lu Yueme had come to conscript him instead, which was quite comical. As for why Lu Yueme wanted to conscript him, Lu Yi could guess it even with his toes. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. The fish had taken the bait. Mobile users, please browse. Chapter 958. Although Xiao Xinghe was a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect, he was still a disciple of Azure Emperor City and was separated from the Jade Blood Sect. How could he be more attractive to Lu Yueme than Lu Yi, an orthodox disciple of the Jade Blood Sect? If she could get Lu Yi to come to the Shocking Waves Lake, wouldn't his life be in Lu Yueme's hands? She had just experienced the pain of losing her son. Although she had killed Li Taibai with her own hands, the anger and grief in her heart were difficult to vent. How could she not have any thoughts when Lu Yi entered her sight? This was the reason why Lu Yi came personally, even though he knew that things would become very complicated if he came personally. He was a bait to lure Lu Yueme into the trap. I'm afraid I won't be able to live up to your expectations. I'm currently working in the law division, and this is my first time carrying out official duties. I didn't do it well. I don't have the face to face you. How can I submit to someone else at this time? Do you really want to do a good job? Of course. Good. Lu Yueme shouted. This past lord has thought about it. You came here with Sector Lord Qian's order. This past lord has to give face to Sector Lord Qian. Since you want to do a good job, this past lord will give you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Really? Lu Yueme sneered. Although I'm a woman, I always keep my word. Why would I lie to you? Lu Yi showed a trace of vigilance and asked cautiously, but I don't know what you want me to do. Lu Yueme smiled. I've long heard that Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect is good at killing enemies above his level. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. Lu Yi showed a look of realization. Does Lord Lu want me to spar with someone? If you win, you can take Xiaoxinghe away. But if you lose, you have to stay and serve under me. Do you have the guts? Lu Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not impossible, but may I ask who will spar with me? He turned his head and glanced at Chen Ku, who was standing at the side. If it's fellow Taoist Chen, then there's no need for that. I admit that I'm no match for him. Don't worry, I won't force you. Chen Ku's cultivation is indeed much higher than yours. With that said, Lu Yueme immediately sent out a message. A moment later, a lean man flew into the main hall and respectfully cupped his fist. Greetings, sir. Do you have any orders? This person's appearance was not out of the ordinary, and his figure was not tall, but his expression was sinister. The aura on his body was extremely fierce, and there was a faint smell of blood. It could be seen that he had killed many people. As soon as he appeared, Xiaoxinghe's expression could not help but change as he whispered, Yes. Qi Wu. It was obvious that he was somewhat afraid of this person. Behind the table, Lu Yueme said, Qi Wu, I want you to spar with Lu Yi. You can only win, not lose. Do you understand? Qi Wu turned to look at Lu Yi and frowned slightly. What's his cultivation level? Third Order True Lake Realm. Qi Wu's frown deepened. Sir, subordinate's cultivation is higher than his. He's not my opponent. Moreover, Sir knows me. I don't spar with others, and I don't know how to use technique. I only know how to kill people. If I accidentally kill him, it won't be good. Before Lu Yueme could say anything, Lu Yi sneered in dissatisfaction. What a coincidence. I only know how to kill people too. Qi Wu said indifferently, It's been a long time since I've seen someone as bold as you. I hope your methods are as big as your courage. Same to you. As their vision clashed, there were sparks flying everywhere. Beside Lu Yi, Xiaoxinghe was constantly signaling him with his eyes. Even Lin Yinxiu was secretly anxious. Behind the table, Lu Yueme put her arms on the table and crossed her hands to support her chin. She looked at this scene with great interest. Seeing Lu Yi so arrogant, she made a decision. Since both of you only know how to kill people, then let's have a fight to the death. Sir. Xiaoxinghe's face changed drastically as he exclaimed. If it was just a spar, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would admit defeat. Admitting defeat, but if they were to fight to the death, then there was a possibility of death. Especially since this Qi Wu was indeed fierce in killing and was 3 minor realms higher than little junior brother. How could little junior brother have a good ending when going up against him? There's no place for you to speak. Lu Yueme snorted coldly. The aura of a spirit sea realm cultivator filled the air, suppressing Xiaoxinghe until he couldn't speak. She looked at Lu Yi and Qi Wu. What do you two think? Qi Wu said indifferently, if it's an order from Sir Mountain Pass Master, subordinate will naturally obey. Lu Yi casually took out an item from his storage bag. If that's the case, then let's do it thoroughly. There's no harm in fighting inside this thing, lest others see blood. Qi Wu looked at the item in Lu Ye's hand and was slightly stunned. The battle stage. How could he not recognize such a famous heavenly treasure like the fighting ring? At first, he thought that Lu Yi was just being stubborn. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would actually take out such a heavenly treasure? His heart instantly sank. For the first time, he sized Lu Yi up seriously. If he didn't have a certain amount of confidence, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to use the fighting ring. But he really didn't understand where this guy named Lu Yi got the confidence to fight him to the death. It was impossible for him to hide his cultivation level. How could he hide under the eyes of a spirit sea realm warrior? Therefore, he must be a genuine third-order true lake realm cultivator. Subordinate only listens to Sir Mountain Pass Master's orders. Qi Wu suppressed the trace of uneasiness in his heart and turned to look at Lu Yueme. Lu Yueme's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Yi, it seems that you are very confident. Lu Yi was neither servile nor overbearing. Subordinate only wants to give it his all. Lu Yueme was silent for a moment before she said, if that's the case, then the two of you will fight in the battle stage. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Before that, Subordinate has one more request. Speak. Subordinate asks Mountain Pass Master Lu to establish a Heaven's secret contract. If I am lucky enough to come out alive, I will take Xiao Xing He away with me. Mountain Pass Master Lu cannot stop me. Are you doubting this Mountain Pass Master? Lu Yueme's eyes were spitting fire. Words are not proof. Lu Yi looked at her fearlessly. From the looks of it, things were just as Xiao Xinghe had been worried about. After experiencing the pain of losing her son, Lu Yueme had lost her rationality. As the master of a pass, she could even agree to the matter of her subordinates fighting to the death with others. This was not the first time. This was the bearing of a spirit sea realm cultivator. She probably couldn't wait to kill him now, but due to her status, she couldn't do it herself. She could only borrow someone else's hand. Such a crazy woman who had lost her mind naturally had no credibility. Before the battle, establishing a Heaven's secret contract was the best solution. All right, we will do as you say. Lu Yueme coldly shouted. She raised her hand and a golden light surged. She grabbed a Heaven's secret contract and wrote down the terms. She branded her own imprint and threw it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi lowered his head and carefully checked the terms one by one. When he saw one of them, he was relieved. Things were developing according to his expectations. Lu Yueme had indeed tampered with the terms of the Heaven's secret contract. He pretended that he didn't see it, and impatiently left his mark on it. The Heaven's secret contract turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. In the dark, the Heaven's secret fell and the Heaven's secret contract was formed. If the two of you don't have anything else to say, then let's begin. Lu Yueme impatiently urged. I will try my best to leave your corpse intact, Qi Wu said. Lu Yi did not say a word. He channeled his spiritual power into the battle stage in his hand and raised his hand to attack Qi Wu. Xiao Xing he was anxious and wanted to stop him. However, he was suppressed by Lu Yueme's spirit sea realm power and could not move at all. He could not even open his mouth to speak. If he could not do it, how could he stop him? Lin Yinxiu, on the other hand, was not as anxious as before. She just looked pensive. The small battle stage flew toward Qi Wu and exploded. But at this moment, Lu Yueme suddenly raised her hand and pulled Qi Wu to her side. Then, from a distance, Chen Ku, who had been standing at the side without moving, flashed to Qi Wu's position. Lu Ye's expression became extremely astonished at this moment. He exclaimed, You Chen Ku grinned at him. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yueme suddenly laughed out loud, looking deranged. Do you really think this past master will be tricked by you? You are really young and ignorant. There were so many true Lake Realm cultivators in the startling Waves Lake Pass. There were many who met the requirement. She did not find anyone but called Chi Wu, who was fierce in killing, over. Naturally, she hoped that Chi Wu would cripple or accidentally kill Lu Yi in the process of sparring. She had originally planned to do so. However, after everything that happened, she vaguely realized one thing. Lu Yi did not seem to be afraid of Chi Wu. This could be seen from the fact that he took the initiative to take out the battle stage. Not only was he not afraid, he even had great confidence in defeating Chi Wu. Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to take out the battle stage? Lu Yueme found it hard to believe. There was a difference of 3 minor realms between them. Where did Lu Ye's confidence come from? But no matter what, Lu Ye's attitude and actions did give her the basis for her inference. Since that was the case, if she really let Chi Wu fight, it was very likely that he would die. Since Chi Wu could not be counted on, she could only count on Chen Ku. Chen Ku was her disciple, a true Lake Realm 7th Order cultivator. Although he was only 1 realm higher than Chi Wu, his strength was much higher. Lu Ye was confident in defeating Chi Wu, but he was definitely not Chen Ku's opponent. As for switching people at the critical moment, for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator like her, it was a piece of cake. No one present could stop her. For this reason, when she listed the terms of the contract of Heaven's Fate, she had already laid the groundwork. Many of the terms did not mention Chi Wu at all. It was convenient for her to take advantage of this loophole. Fortunately, although she had lost her mind and acted crazily, she knew that it was not convenient for her to make a move. Otherwise, the one entering the battle stage would not be Chen Ku, but herself. Chapter 959. In the hall, Lu Yueme laughed complacently. Xiao Xinghe's heart was dead as he stared blankly at the place where Lu Yi disappeared, full of self-blame and annoyance. In the current situation, he was powerless to intervene. Once the power of a treasure like the battle stage was activated, not to mention a 3rd Order true Lake Realm cultivator like him, even a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to interfere. Little junior brother and Chen Ku entered the small space of the battle stage, so the outcome was obvious. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Lu Yueme. "Aren't you afraid of a backlash from the heavens?" Lu Yueme stopped laughing and snorted coldly. "Backlash from the heavens? This past master didn't violate any of the terms of the heavens contract, so how could there be a backlash from the heavens?" Xiao Xinghe suddenly came to a realization. "You tampered with the heavens contract? So what if I did?" At this point, Lu Yueme no longer needed to hide. After entering the battle stage, only one side could walk out alive, and she believed that the one who would walk out alive would be Chen Ku. Xiao Xinghe was furious and raised his hand to press down on the hilt of his saber. At this moment, Lin Yinxiu grabbed his arm. Xiao Xinghe looked back, but Lin Yinxiu shook her head slightly. Xiao Xinghe was only a 3rd Order true Lake Realm cultivator. If he really pulled out his saber against Lu Yueme, he would be disregarding seniority and offending his superiors. Lu Yueme could even kill him on the spot. How could Xiao Xinghe not know this? It was just that Lu Yueme, who was in the Spirit Sea Realm, had schemed against his junior brother, who was only in the 3rd Order true Lake Realm. This really made his chest erupt like a volcano. "Before the result is out, everything is possible," Lin Yinxiu advised in a low voice. Xiao Xinghe was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly and forced himself to calm down. Lu Yueme sneered and looked at Xiao Xinghe with some disappointment. She wished that Xiao Xinghe would attack her just now, so that she would have a chance to kill him openly. But it didn't matter. Thinking that Lu Yi would definitely die at Chen Ku's hands, the pent-up anger of the past few days dissipated a lot. In the small space of the battle stage, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the left and right. Lu Yi still had a panicked look on his face, but it soon turned indifferent. Chen, who was opposite him, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lu Yi calming down. Your temperament is good. What a pity. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll try to satisfy you. As he spoke, he took out his own spirit weapon, which was a long spear. Chen Kexing's appearance was extraordinary. At this moment, with the long spear in his hand, his bearing was solemn and dignified. He gave off a feeling of being pure and untainted. Lu Yi remained silent as he slowly drew the mountain saber from his waist. He silently calculated that he couldn't win this battle too easily. He had to fight a bitter battle with Chen Ku. If he won too easily, it would only arouse Lu Yuemei's suspicions. At that time, it would probably cause some unnecessary trouble. The best outcome would naturally be to win by a hair's breadth and kill Chen Ku. That was why he couldn't use his divine sense and some of his trump cards. Lu Ye's silence made Chen Ku unhappy. He snorted coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he rushed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi also moved in an instant. The two figures collided in the blink of an eye. The long saber slashed down and the long spear stabbed out. With a bang, spirit qi surged. Visible waves of qi spread out in all directions with the two as the center. Chen Ku's expression became a little startled at this moment, because the scene of Lu Yi collapsing in a single blow didn't happen. Whether it was in terms of speed or power, Lu Ye's attack wasn't inferior to Chen Ku's at all. As a result, the two of them were evenly matched. This guide is so strong? At this moment, Chen Ku was secretly glad that Lu Yuemei didn't let Qi Wu fight. Judging from the opponent's foundation, Qi Wu might not be his match. No wonder he dared to take out the battle stage. He had something to rely on. Clang, 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 clang. Chen Ku's mind was full of thoughts, but his hands didn't stop moving. He fought with Lu Yi with his long spear. However, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He did not use his full strength when he first thrust out his spear, because in his opinion, he was dealing with an enemy whose cultivation level was lower than his own by 4 levels. There was no need for him to go all out. After that, the power of each spear strike was stronger than the previous one. After 6 or 7 spears, he no longer held back, but Lu Yi still managed to deal with it flawlessly. This made him feel a little incredulous. Chen Ku couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. Chen Ku roared angrily, and the spiritual energy around him surged madly. His attacks became even more ferocious. Clang! The moment the saber and spear collided, Chen Ku felt numb. The spear in his hand involuntarily rose up and almost flew out of his hand. He quickly tightened his grip on the spear, but because of this, he revealed a flaw. Chen Ku's eyes narrowed as Lu Ye's saber pierced straight towards his heart. At this critical moment of life and death, Chen Ku displayed the powerful background of a disciple of a large sect. Facing such a blade, he did not lose his composure. He only slightly leaned his body, and at the same time, his long spear stabbed out. Impressively, he was fighting with his life on the line. He was fierce, but Lu Yi was not inferior to him. With 2 slashing sounds, both of them were injured, blood splattering everywhere. Neither of them retreated, still fighting in close quarters. The battle reached its climax in an extremely short period of time. Both of them only attacked and did not defend. At most, they would dodge slightly when facing a fatal threat. As a result, the battle became extremely tragic. In a short while, both Lu Yi and Chen Ku were covered in blood, as if they were drenched in blood. With the accumulation of injuries and the long period of time of using his full strength, his aura was faintly showing signs of exhaustion. On the other hand, Lu Yi had remained the same from the beginning to the end. His aura did not change at all. After another life on the line battle, Chen Ku did not dare to continue. He endured a blade from Lu Yi and quickly retreated, quickly increasing the distance between him and Lu Yi. Looking up, Chen Ku saw Lu Yi standing calmly in the same spot, without any intention of pursuing him. Even his breathing was extremely steady. Although he looked a little disheveled, Chen Ku knew that his injuries were not serious. Moreover, from beginning to end, Lu Ye's actions gave Chen Ku a strange feeling. Suddenly, Chen Ku woke up and muttered, "Are you playing with me?" His heart filled with horror. The enemy in front of him was actually stronger than him, which was why he had been able to control the rhythm of the battle from beginning to end. Chen Ku could not imagine that the gap between their fourth-order cultivation was so small. What kind of freak is this? Not daring to neglect, Chen Ku quickly took out a spirit pill from his storage bag and stuffed it into his mouth, pushing his spirit chi to refine it. Taking this spirit pill at this moment was naturally not to heal his injuries, but to squeeze out his own potential. Chen Ku had already felt that if he continued like this, he would die without a doubt, so even if this spirit pill was precious and the side effects were severe, Chen Ku could not care less. Once the battle stage was activated, only one person could walk out alive. During this period, no one could interfere. If Chen Ku wanted to live, he could only do his best to kill the enemy in front of him. Lu Yi just looked at him faintly, not showing the slightest intention to stop him, but the more he acted like this, the more uneasy Chen Ku felt. After 3 breaths, the aura around Chen Ku's body suddenly became much denser, and his spirit chi seemed to be boiling, causing his aura to soar. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Ku's heart calmed down a little. "Do you know?" Lu Yi suddenly spoke, the mountain saber in his hand forming a saber stance as his aura suddenly became condensed. Chen Ku, on the other hand, felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Under the influence of Lu Ye's aura, he could not help but feel an illusion that he could not resist. He knew that this was not the best time to attack, but he could not suppress the fear in his heart. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he might not even have the courage to make a move. So, he immediately rushed forward and poured all his strength into the long spear in his hand. His entire body almost turned into a rainbow light and merged with the long spear. Coupled with the spirit pill he had just swallowed, this was definitely his strongest attack so far. He did not know if he could kill his opponent, but he knew that if this attack did not have any effect, he would be the one to die. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ku was within reach. "If I wanted to kill you," Lu Yi thrust out his saber. In that instant, Chen Ku's pupils constricted as he inexplicably saw a starry sky rise behind Lu Yi, filled with countless stars. The stars fell, and the overwhelming light drowned him. Every star was a speck of saber light. An inexplicable power swept through his mind, causing intense pain in his head. His spirit chi scattered, and the spear he had used all his strength to stab out became weak and powerless. The two figures brushed past each other. Lu Yi did not move, lightly swinging the mountain saber and sheathing it. "It's only a matter of one strike." Dozens of feet behind Lu Yi, Chen Ku was still in the posture of stabbing out with his spear, but he was frozen in place as if he had been hit by a spell. His face was as pale as paper, and his expression was twisted with pain. His entire body was trembling slightly. As Lu Ye's words fell, countless tiny pillars of blood suddenly burst out from Chen Ku's body, especially from his heart, which erupted the most fiercely. "Divine will," Chen Ku murmured. The spear in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell forward with a crash. As Chen Ku's aura faded away, the small space in the fighting ring quickly turned illusory. In the main hall, Xiao Xinghe waited anxiously. All of a sudden, the void became distorted, and a figure vaguely appeared at the place where the battle platform had disappeared. Several pairs of eyes quickly looked over. Xiao Xinghe's eyes were blood-red, afraid that he would see something he did not want to see. Lu Yuemei's expression, on the other hand, had a hint of madness in her joy. She looked on cheerfully, ready to welcome the arrival of good things. However, the joy on her face quickly turned into astonishment. That was because the vague figure that was about to appear did not seem to be Chen Ku's figure, but Lu Yi's. In the blink of an eye, the blurry figure solidified, and Lu Yi, covered in blood, appeared in the main hall. He panted lightly, looked at the worried and shocked Xiao Xinghe, and smiled. I won. Crack, the table in front of Lu Yueme shattered into pieces. Chapter 960. In the main hall, Lu Yi returned, bathed in blood. Xiao Xinghe was relieved. Lu Yueme, who had been sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up. Her spiritual power surged, and the table was shattered. Qi Wu, who had stayed behind, looked at Lu Yi, who was covered in blood. He couldn't believe his eyes, but he was also scared. He hadn't taken Lu Yi seriously in the first place. The gap between their cultivation levels was clear for all to see. When it came to fighting above one's level, it was usually 1 or 2 levels higher. He was 3 levels higher than Lu Yi. Moreover, he himself was also capable of fighting above his level. So he was confident that he could defeat Lu Yi and even kill him. He was even a little dissatisfied that Lu Yueme had taken him away at the critical moment and replaced him with Chen Ku to fight Lu Yi. He felt that the past master had underestimated him. And the result? The battle ended. Lu Yi returned, but Chen Ku was nowhere to be seen. The result was obvious. Chen Ku was dead. How did he do it? The battle stage was a small space of its own and was not disturbed by external forces. No one knew what happened inside, but the result was right in front of them. They couldn't help but be shocked. If Lu Yi could kill Chen Ku, he could also kill him. After all, Chen Ku's strength was much higher than his. Could it be that he had accidentally saved his own life? Qi Wu had a thought in his mind. At the same time, when Lin Yinxiu saw Lu Yi return, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she looked like she expected it. When she was young, she had heard her mother tell her many strange stories about Feng Wujiang. Among them were the many times when his life was hanging by a thread, yet he managed to turn defeat into victory. There were also many cases where Feng Wujiang was able to kill enemies that he shouldn't have been able to defeat. In her mother's narration, no matter how inconceivable it was logical for Feng Wujiang to happen. Her mother worshipped Feng Wujiang and only lamented that she couldn't follow him personally and serve him. Her mother passed away early, and Lin Yinxiu was deeply influenced by her mother. This was also the reason why she wanted to join the law department and even forced Qian Wudong to put her in the same team as Lu Yi. She saw Feng Wujiang's shadow in Lu Yi. Feng Wujiang had died a long time ago. Now there was only Lu Yi left. She naturally didn't want to become like her mother when she grew old and reminisced about the past. She was a little worried when Lu Yi took out the battle ring. She was even prepared to send a message to Gan Wudong to inform him of the situation. But on second thought, if Lu Yi really was the second Feng Wujiang, then in such a situation, he would definitely have the luck and means to turn danger into safety. In the end, just as she had expected, the seemingly inconceivable thing really happened just like that. This made her feel excited, and she felt that her judgment was right. Impossible! Lu Yueme's expression was ferocious and terrifying. She stared at Lu Yi as if she had seen a ghost. How could he possibly win? How could Chen Ku lose? It looked like Lu Yi's injuries were serious, and he had suffered a lot, but how could he walk out of the battle arena alive? She had already overestimated Lu Yi as much as possible and had seen through Lu Yi's previous plans. She felt that Qi Wu was most likely not a match for Lu Yi, so she took Qi Wu away at the last moment and sent a voice transmission to Chen Ku to replace him. In the end, this was the result. This boy actually has the strength to kill a true Lake 7th Order Master in a head-on confrontation. Lu Yueme suddenly felt a little horrified. This kind of thing had exceeded the scope of her understanding, which also showed Lu Yi's terrifying potential. Today, he was only a 3rd Order True Lake Realm cultivator, yet he could kill a 7th Order True Lake Realm cultivator. What if he reached the 3rd Order Divine Sea Realm in the future? Wouldn't she, a 7th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, be able to kill him as well? There was already hatred between them, and today, she had completely offended the other party. How could he let her off when he obtained soaring to the heavens? In an instant, many thoughts flashed across Lu Yuemei's mind, and the aura around her body became dangerous. Lu Yi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his skin was being pricked by needles. How could he not feel Lu Yuemei's barely concealed murderous intent? Immediately, he shouted, "Pass Master Lu, according to the agreement in the Heaven's Fate contract, I will take Xiao Xing He away. From now on, he will be a member of the Law Division." Law Division, that's right, this little brat from the Blue Blood sect is a member of the Law Division. If I really kill him here, there will be no way to resolve this matter. She could use the power in her hands to suppress Xiao Xing He openly and secretly, sending him to carry out some dangerous missions, hoping that he would die early and reincarnate, but after all, she was the past master of Shocking Waves Lake, so she couldn't do it herself. Especially in Shocking Waves Lake, this was her territory. If anything happened to a member of the Law Division, Gan Wudang wouldn't let it go. Taking a deep look at Lu Yi, Lu Yuemei finally calmed down the shock and unwillingness in her heart and coldly said, "Naturally. If that's the case, this humble servant will take his leave." Lu Yi cupped his fists and faced Lu Yuemei, retreating step by step. Xiao Xing He and Lin Yinxiu followed closely behind. Lu Yuemei's gaze didn't shift at all as she stared straight at him, like a gloomy ghost. When they were outside the main hall, Lu Yi suddenly turned around, took out his spirit boat, stepped on it, and soared into the sky. Xiao Xing He and Lin Yinxiu also flew into the sky on their respective artifacts. 3 figures, 3 streams of light, rushed out of Shocking Waves Lake. No one paid attention to them. Recently, there were frequent battles in Shocking Waves Lake, and many cultivators came in and out. Who would care about the 3 of them? After leaving Shocking Waves Lake, Lu Yi immediately turned his head and ordered Lin Yinxiu, "Send a message to the division master. Tell him that this captain has conscripted Azure Emperor cities, Xiao Xing He from Shocking Waves Lake, and he will return today." Lin Yinxiu looked at him meaningfully, but still nodded obediently. Yes. She didn't use the guard token to send a message, but directly raised her hand and used the battlefield imprint to send a message. Xiao Xing He was faintly uneasy and said, "Junior apprentice brother, we shouldn't leave Shocking Waves Lake so soon, at least wait for your injuries to recover." Lu Yi said, "My injuries are not serious." "Senior apprentice brother, did you notice it too?" Xiao Xing He said, "That woman may not be willing to let us go just like that. She clearly wanted to kill us in the end, but she couldn't do it in her own territory. But once we leave Shocking Waves Lake, with her divine ocean realm power, if she really wants to kill us, we won't be able to stop her." "Indeed." Lu Yi nodded. If Lu Yuemei really wanted to do that, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to stop her. So at this time, staying at Shocking Waves Lake seemed to be the best choice. But Lu Yi didn't dare to. Lu Yuemei's killing intent was already aroused, and the battles between Shocking Waves Lake and Dark Moon Forest Pass continued. If they continued to stay, who knew what would happen? So they could only return immediately. He could also send a message. There was no need to report a small matter like conscripting Xiao Xing He into the Division of Law to Gan Wudang, but he asked Lin Yinxiu to do so, because he believed that once Gan Wudang received the message, he would know his current situation. Lin Yinxiu was with him. Whatever situation he was in, Lin Yinxiu would be in the same situation. So whether or not they could survive this trip depended on how important Lin Yinxiu was to Gan Wudang. The more important Lin Yinxiu was, the faster Gan Wudang would come. As for why he didn't send a message to the hierarch, he was now a member of the Division of Law. If anything happened, he would go to his superiors. There was no need to alert the hierarch. Lin Yinxiu guessed Lu Ye's intention, but she didn't point it out. As she said to Lu Yi before, she was very obedient. She would do whatever the captain told her to do. It was just sending a message. It wasn't a big deal. Took them 2 days to get here from Haotian City. However, if a divine ocean realm cultivator like Gan Wudang wanted to get here, It would only take 2 to 4 hours if he tried his best. This trip wasn't a mission. Lu Yi was recruiting his own team members, so he didn't want to trouble his superiors. If he had to trouble others for everything, it would only show his incompetence. Besides, in the future, there would be times when his superiors couldn't take care of him. However, Lu Yuemei's last look made him realize that he had underestimated this woman's insanity. Normally, even if she hated the disciples of the Blue Blood sect, she wouldn't do too much. She had to care about her identity and reputation. However, she was going through the pain of losing her son. For her, rationality was probably the only thing she couldn't do in the Shocking Waves Lake. It could only be said that a crazy and irrational woman was extremely terrifying. Lu Yi wasn't sure if Lu Yuemei would come after them, but the probability was high. Some things had to be taken care of before they happened. Don't go too fast. Just slow down, Lu Yi said and slowed down. The later they left the range of the Shocking Waves Lake, the later the danger would come. No matter how irrational Lu Yuemei was, she wouldn't let anything happen to the three of them in the range of the Shocking Waves Lake. Haotian City, Hall of the Division of Law. Gan Wudong was dealing with official business when he received Lin Yinxiu's message. He was confused. He thought that Lu Ye was quite fast. He had already recruited a team member. However, why did he have to report such a small matter to him? Moreover, the normal reporting was done with the help of the guard token. However, this time, he received a message from the battlefield imprint. It seemed a little unusual. Oh no! Gan Wudong suddenly reacted and hurriedly stood up. He was wondering why the name Xiao Xinghe of Azure Emperor City was so familiar. If this person was really the person he thought he was, then the situation was not good. Also, why did that bastard Lu Ye go to the Shocking Waves Lake Pass to recruit people? The Shocking Waves Lake belonged to the Heaven's Gate. Didn't he know who was in charge there? If he knew, he would be stupid to go there. However, if he didn't know, why would he go to the Shocking Waves Lake? This bastard Gan Wudong was furious. He regretted allowing Lu Yi to be the captain. It had only been a few days, but he had gone deep into the tiger's den. It didn't matter if he went alone, but he took Yinxiu with him. No wonder he had asked him to sign a warrant to recruit team members. Now it seemed that he had already made up his mind. It was funny that he didn't ask more. Lu Ye, Gan Wudong growled. If anything happened to Yinxiu because of this, he would change his surname to Lu if he didn't beat the sh*t out of him. He clicked to download the best book chasing app. Many readers used it to read books. Chapter 961. At the cultivators guarding the gate couldn't help but shrink their necks. After hearing the department head's angry roar, a gust of wind blew past them. Then, they saw the department head fly into the sky like his but was on fire and disappear in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other and didn't know what had happened. Qian Wudong was so fast that he rushed out of Great Sky City in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, he turned back and went straight to somewhere in the city. After a while, he landed in a small courtyard. There was only a sage-like elder in the courtyard. He was drinking tea leisurely. It was the sect master of the Jade Blood sect, Tang Yifeng. Qian Wudong's purpose for coming here was simple. Today's incident was caused by an Guoran. Lu Yi was a disciple of the Jade Blood sect, so he couldn't just sit by and watch. Especially since Qian Wudong knew that the sect master of the Jade Blood sect wasn't an easy person to deal with. It was better for the two of them to go together than to go alone. Department head Qian? The sect master looked at Qian Wudong, who rushed over. He didn't understand why Qian Wudong was so calm in front of him. Elder Tang, something happened. Qian Wudong didn't have time to chat with the sect master. Qian Wudong quickly asked. The sect master was still drinking tea leisurely. He said slowly, "Take your time. You are now the head of a department. Don't be so impatient. Otherwise, people will speculate." Qian Wudong sighed inwardly. He was a senior after all. He didn't know what to do just now. He took a deep breath and said, "Elder Tang, you are right. The sect leader asked. Then, what exactly happened to make you, the head of a department, so flustered? Qian Wudong said, Your disciple Lu Ye went to Shocking Waves Lake a few days ago and recruited Xiao Xinghe from Azure Tharch City. He is now on his way back. Kacha, the teacup in the sect master's hand, shattered. The next moment, he had already shot into the sky and headed straight for Shocking Waves Lake. His speed was so fast that even Qian Wudong couldn't keep up with him. A huge wave of qi swept across the courtyard, and a gust of wind howled. Qian Wudong's clothes fluttered in the wind. Elder, he was still an elder after all. He only said a simple sentence, but Elder Tang had already seen through it all. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. 3 figures leisurely swept past, with Lu Yi in the lead holding 10 yuan in his hand. According to the 10 points on the map, they would be out of the startling Waves Lake's range if they continued forward for another 30 li. If Lu Yueme really wanted to secretly make a move, she would definitely wait until they left the range of the Shocking Waves Lake. In other words, she was probably lying in ambush somewhere ahead. They had been traveling at a moderate speed. Naturally, they were not as fast as the flying speed of a warrior in the Spirit Sea realm. Therefore, if Lu Yueme really wanted to ambush them somewhere ahead, it was possible. Lu Yi frowned. That shouldn't be the case. He had seen Lin Yinxiu and Qian Wudong act intimately twice in the law department. How could Qian Wudong not do anything when Lin Yinxiu was in such a predicament? Thinking of this, Lu Yi stopped and said, Stop first. This place was at the edge of the Shocking Waves Lake. Even if Lu Yueme wanted to make a move, she would have to be careful. Therefore, it was safer to stay here and wait for Gan Wudong to arrive. By then, Lu Yueme would have no chance to make a move. Of course, the most important thing was to find out if Gan Wudong was here. Lu Yi had to find out if Gan Wudong had come. If he hadn't, he would have to send a message to the headmaster. Lu Yi was about to ask Lin Yinxiu about Qian Wudong when he suddenly felt his skin tighten. When he turned around, he saw a beam of light flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Although it was far away, he could still clearly feel the cold, murderous intent. The 3 of them were shocked. What they were worried about the most had happened. Lu Yueme was going to kill them. She didn't even try to hide it. Lu Yi thought Lu Yueme would be waiting for an opportunity to kill them, but she didn't hide at all. Lu Yueme was going to wait until they left Shocking Waves Lake, but Lu Yi suddenly stopped. Lu Yueme couldn't wait any longer. She made a quick decision and attacked. Judging from this, she wasn't lying in ambush at the front. Instead, she was following the 3 of them. She was only at the Spirit Sea realm. If she wanted to follow the 3 of them without being noticed, Lu Yi and the others would never have noticed. Let's split up. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and a pair of fiery red wings unfurled. At the same time, he activated Windwalk and flew straight ahead. My healing game. Lu Yueme's main target was him, so he had to follow her. Xiao Xinghe and Lin Yinxiu had to split up. Only then could they be relatively safe. If they wanted to live, it would depend on how long Lu Yi could last. As long as Lu Yi didn't die, they would be safe. But if Lu Yi died, Lu Yueme would kill them all. As soon as Lu Yi moved, Xiao Xinghe and Lin Yinxiu also moved. Both of them were quick-witted people, so they naturally wouldn't drag Lu Yi down at this time and do something stupid like wanting to live and die with him. Immediately, they flew out from the side, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them split into 2 groups. After a dozen breaths, Lu Yueme had already arrived at where the 3 of them were originally. Sure enough, she ignored Xiao Xinghe and Lin Yinxiu and chased after raw Lu Yi. Even if Lu Yi used all his means and was extremely fast, he was still no faster than a divine sea realm cultivator. The distance between them was quickly closing. Seeing that Lu Yueme was about to attack, Lu Yi couldn't help but roar, Lu Yueme, you dare to act so rebelliously. If I don't die today, I will take your head. Lu Yueme turned a deaf ear to him. Even if she ignored her status and came to kill Lu Yi and the others, she knew that the best response was to say nothing. At this moment, she was wearing a mask that concealed her original appearance. She had even changed her clothes, so as long as she didn't admit that she was the one who killed Lu Yi, there would be no evidence. A 7th-order Divine Sea Realm cultivator killing a 3rd-order True Lake Realm cultivator was a piece of cake. After killing Lu Yi, she would have enough time to eliminate the other two. Looking at the figure in front of her who was hurriedly fleeing, Lu Yueme's expression became cold and gloomy. Pushing her divine sense, she sent out an invisible force towards Lu Yi. However, a scene that surprised her appeared. The blow that was sure to succeed was actually. Her attack didn't have much effect as the fleeing figure in front of her didn't even flinch, as if nothing had happened and continued to fly away. Lu Yueme was a little puzzled for a while, but she didn't hesitate to use her divine sense attack again. It was still ineffective. This time, she couldn't help being surprised and couldn't help wondering if Lu Yi was wearing some kind of treasure that could resist soul attacks. Otherwise, how could her method be ineffective? But was there such a treasure in this world? Those so-called treasures that could resist soul attacks weren't very useful. At most, they could only protect against the aftermath of an attack. Once they were directly targeted, their effectiveness would be greatly reduced. This was the fundamental reason why True Lake Realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow from a Divine Sea Realm cultivator. She didn't try a 3rd time. If it was useless twice, then it didn't matter how many times she tried. Instead, she pushed her spirit energy to the limit and increased her speed by 2 notches. This made Lu Yi secretly feel that it was a pity. He was aware of Lu Yueme's divine sense attack, but the distance between them was too great, so there was no room for him to use the god-vanquishing sword. Otherwise, he would have let her have a taste of its power. The distance between them was still closing. After a short dozen breaths, Lu Yi noticed a fierce spirit energy fluctuation behind him. Hurriedly turning around, he saw Lu Yueme raise her hand and send a palm towards him. In an instant, spirit energy surged and a huge palm of spirit energy appeared. The air was filled with spirit energy. Li Taibai had almost died under this palm. Naturally, Lu Yi had already seen through the power of this palm. When he hurriedly turned around, the Pan Shan saber was already unsheathed. The spirit energy around him surged, and his spirit energy was condensed to the extreme in an instant. At this moment, Lu Yi felt as if he was in an endless starry sky, with a crescent moon hanging behind him. The long saber was drawn again, and an endless crescent-shaped saber light swept out, slashing towards the spirit energy hand. The second style of the tyrant saber, crescent moon. The sound of the saber slashing rang out incessantly. Although the power of the spirit energy hand had been weakened, the gap between their cultivations was too great. The spirit energy hand was still heading straight for him. The saber in Lu Ye's hand changed again, and exquisite spirit inscriptions formed on the long saber. Moon reversal. The spirit energy hand brazenly slammed down. Although Lu Yi had prepared the best response at the first moment, he was still dizzy from the blow. He felt as if he was a lonely boat in the middle of a vast ocean, adrift and in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, with the help of the force of the blow, he was sent flying. Before he could stabilize himself, another spirit inscription formed. The spirit energy surged and built on his body. If Lu Ye's clothes were taken off at this moment, his body would be densely covered in mysterious and complex yin-yang spirit inscriptions. In a flash, all the yin-yang spirit inscriptions fell off from his body, but they still maintained their original outline, outlining a figure that was exactly the same as Lu Ye's. Shadow clone. Lu Yi had never used this spirit inscription in a fight. He had only used it many times when he was honing his mirage, mainly to familiarize himself with the effects of this spirit inscription. This spirit inscription had no killing power and was purely used for self-protection. Just like now. When the surging spirit energy calmed down, Lu Yueme, who was chasing from behind, saw a scene that puzzled her greatly. In her field of vision, there were two figures of Lu Yi, each of them covered in spirit energy, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Doppelganger technique? Lu Yueme was extremely surprised. She clicked to download the best book chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 962. The doppelganger technique was an extremely high-level technique that could only be used by an extremely high-level cultivator. Even she had only scratched the surface of this technique and was unable to use it completely. She had never thought that she would see it in the hands of a third-order True Lake Realm junior. What's more, this junior was a weapon cultivator. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Ye's doppelganger technique was somewhat different from the orthodox one. First of all, even as a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, she couldn't tell which was the real one because both of them had Lu Ye's aura. The two figures rushed out, one from the left and one from the right. Lu Yueme didn't have time to think at all and instinctively raised her hand to cast a spell towards one of the figures. The figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. It was the doppelganger technique. This momentary delay allowed Lu Yi to open up a bit of distance between them. His figure blurred as he used a doppelganger technique. For Lu Yi, what he needed to do now was very simple, which was to stall for time and escape at the same time. He didn't know whether Gan Wudong had come or where he was, but facing the pursuit of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, all he could do was run. Right now, he was in the range of another mountain pass, which was guarded by a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. As long as he could escape to the mountain pass, Lu Yueme would hesitate to attack. However, the road ahead was long and it was difficult to do so. Fortunately, the doppelganger spirit tattoo was of great help at this time. Several times, Lu Yi used this spirit tattoo to confuse Lu Yueme's vision and buy himself some time to breathe. A sense of horror rose in his heart. Lu Yi hurriedly looked back and saw the shadow of a small tree appear in front of the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator chasing him. This small tree was condensed from spirit energy with a low crown and luxuriant leaves. The small tree looked lush and green, but it gave people a very frightening feeling. Following Lan Elan's actions, the small tree shook. Leaves fell from the tree and spun toward Lan Elan. There were so many leaves that they could cover the sky and earth. They gathered into a green torrent that headed toward me. The point guard is here. Only now did Lu Yi realize that the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was a wood attribute cultivator. That Spirit Sea Realm cultivator obviously had patience. Otherwise, with Lin Yinxiu's cultivation, it was impossible for her to use such a technique to deal with a true Lake Realm 8th Order cultivator. It was doubtful that her previous attacks had succeeded and thoroughly angered her. With Lu Ye's current strength, it was impossible for him to resist the power of that spirit technique. Even if Lu Yi activated the Dragon Emperor's power, it would still be fine. With the Dragon Emperor's defense and quality, perhaps it wouldn't be able to block the power of the spell itself. However, the Dragon Emperor would be able to negate the impact of the spell. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped them, making them feel as if they were suffocating. They had never felt such despair before. The spirit. Later, I had been prepared to activate this thing many times, but in the end I managed to avert the danger and save myself a lot of merit. That time I succeeded. The green light drowned out the golden light. Green leaves swept across the sky, cutting through every inch of space. Lan Elan's figure fell behind this green torrent and watched intently. After a while, when the power of the spirit technique faded and the green light became brighter, Lan Elan's eyes became surprised. Because you can see the golden light standing tall in the midst of the green sky. The green light became brighter and the golden light became more dazzling. The power of the spirit technique completely disappeared. Lu Yi, who was covered in a layer of golden light, and Lan Elan, who was wearing a mask, stared at each other from only 800 meters away. Golden body token. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red as he spoke. He thought that he could easily kill a true Lake Realm 8th Order cultivator like Lan Yi with his own hands, but he didn't expect such a turn of events. How could Lin Yinxiu know the effects of the golden body token? That thing could be said to be a protection bestowed by the heavens. Once it was activated, it could be broken by anyone in the 4 provinces. It was also because of this that the golden body token was extremely precious and rare. In the current 4 prefectures, the number of golden body tokens held by the various small sects would exceed the number of one's hand. Moreover, Zhong Yi would definitely use them. So, Lin Yinxiu never imagined that Lu Yi, a true Lake Realm 8th Order cultivator, would not have a golden body token. Now that the golden body token has been activated, it is impossible for Lin Yinxiu to kill Lu Yi unless the time limit of the golden body token expires. Lin Yinxiu was almost crazy. How could he not have such a treasure? The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator screamed in anger, sending out a palm towards Lan Yi. A powerful force swept out and sent Lan Yi flying like a rag sack. However, with the protection of the golden body token, Lin Yinxiu wasn't injured at all, only his body was being controlled. Hurriedly landing, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator rushed behind him and sent out another palm strike. Lin Yinxiu didn't know that he had the ability to do anything at the moment. It was just that he had nowhere to vent his anger. After landing 7 times, Lu Yi got up and stared at the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator with a burning gaze. He blurted out, "B***tch? I was a person who hated to curse, but I also liked to talk nonsense when fighting. If no one provoked me, I would be soft-hearted when I didn't have the ability to take revenge on the spot. If I had the ability, I would silently remember it. Every dog has its day, and there is no such thing as revenge. The reason why I cursed at the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was to vent my anger, but I was considering the danger of Xiao Xinghe and Lan Yilan. I didn't have the golden body token, but the 2 of us did. If Lan Yilan gave up on me at that time and went after Xiao Xinghe and Lan Yilan, I wouldn't even have the ability to stop him. So, I had to find a way to delay the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. I could beat him, but I could only curse. That man wasn't crazy at the moment. He was in a very submissive state of anger. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was stunned on the spot. You've lived for so long with a good background and a noble status. When have you ever been scolded like that to your face? For a moment you actually reacted. What did he say? Lu Yi stared into your eyes and said word by word, "Stinky. Bitch. Bitch." Boom, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator's weak aura suddenly spread, and his anger erupted like a volcano eruption. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "He's courting death." Fortunately, he knew that Lu Yi didn't have the golden body token to protect him, so he didn't show any signs of attacking, even though he shouted fiercely. "You don't care whether you die or not, but I heard that a guy named Tan Shu died a miserable death later on. Is Tan Shu his son? You killed him." Lan Yilan wanted to hear about Tan Shu's death the most now, but Lu Yi just had to rub salt into his wound. How could Lan Yilan tolerate that? As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual power in Lin Yin's sleeves surged, and a towering small tree appeared in front of her again. The leaves spun and fell, wrapping around the place where Lu Yi was. What's the use? When the green torrent dispersed, the golden light was even brighter. The duration of the golden body token's protection was still considerable. Lu Yi remembered that the first time he used the golden body token in the hunting ground, it lasted for a long time and didn't dissipate. People as vicious as that mother and son should have died long ago. Tan Shu deserved to die. He also had nothing good to do in the past. Lan Yi continued to try to anger you, but the effect was minimal. He also knew that the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was so angry that he calmed down and accepted the reality behind his eyes. He didn't attack Lu Yi again. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the spiritual power surged, wrapping Lan Yi up and taking him into the air. Lu Yi thought to himself, This is wonderful. During the protection of the Golden Body Token, I indeed didn't suffer any injuries, but if a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator like Lan Elan wanted to suppress me, Lu Yi couldn't do anything. Therefore, although the Golden Body Token was weak, it was still an enemy. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator obviously wanted to take me to a hidden place and wait for a few hours until the effect of the Golden Body Token disappeared before killing me. How could Lu Yi do as he wished? He immediately waved his long sword and used his means to resist. The effect was minimal, and it only slowed down Lan Elan's flying speed slightly. At that moment, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly turned his head and glanced back. Lu Ye's eyes flashed when he saw you. Looking in the direction you were looking, 2 dots of light entered my eyes and flew over at an extremely slow speed. Reinforcements had arrived. Lu Yi and Little Joy. What puzzled me was, why were there 2 people? Who else could it be other than Qian Yudang? Soon, I knew who had arrived because in the distance, a dignified and angry voice shouted, "Release him immediately, or this old man will kill him." Sect Master. It seemed that Qian Yudang had called the Sect Master when he came. Lu Ye's heart calmed down. I hurriedly shouted, "The Sect Master will save you." Turning my head, I shouted at the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, "You're dead, your Sect Master is here." He had a smug look on his face. Lan Elan was furious, but he knew there was a way to reverse the situation. He could only grit his teeth and shout, "Bastard!" With a palm, he sent Lu Yi flying. Qian Yudang, Tang Yifeng, and Lin Yinxiu were chasing after them. If you let them go, this situation would be over. So, even if you were unwilling, you could only abandon Lu Yi and escape alone. Lan Yi steadied himself in midair. The golden light of the Golden Body Token shone like a small sun. The Sect Master and Qian Yudang slowly rushed over. Seeing that I was safe and not in a sorry state, they relaxed. Qian Yudang slowly asked, "Where's Yinxiu?" Lan Yi replied, "You separated from us. We're in this direction, so it should be dangerous." Qian Yudang immediately flew in the direction Lu Yi had pointed. Clearly, he was looking for traces of Lan Elan. Seeing me leave, the Sect Master ordered Lu Yi, "He stays outside. This old man will go and kill this myriad Devil Ridge bastard. This person dares to commit murder in your Grand Sky Alliance's territory. How despicable!" His body flashed and he turned into a streak of light, chasing after Lan Elan. Without the protection of the Golden Body Token, the Sect Master was worried about Lu Ye's safety. However, how could he be unmoved when a disciple of his sect met with such a disaster? The myriad Devil Ridge bastard dared to act so arrogantly. He simply didn't put me, Tang Yifeng, in his eyes. Moreover, I had just recovered and was worried about not having a chance to show off. How could I let go of such a good opportunity? I clicked to download the best book chasing app. Many readers used this to read books. Chapter 963. Gan Wu Dang disappeared in search of Lin Yinxiu. The Sect Master also chased after them. Lu Yi was left standing in place, lost in thought. It was Lu Yueme who had come to capture and kill him. How did the Sect Master turn it into a 10,000 Demon Ridge bandit? Thinking about it, Lu Yi suddenly understood. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. This time, Lu Yueme was most likely going to meet with misfortune. Feeling the Sect Master's care, Lu Yi felt warm in his heart. Standing in the air with the light of the Golden Body Token was somewhat unsightly, so he flew down and waited quietly. Dozens of kilometers away, Lu Yueme was frantically fleeing, but a wisp of aura had firmly locked onto her like a maggot. The aura was so sharp that even a Spirit Sea cultivator like her was secretly frightened. Even if she was a 7th-order Divine Sea cultivator, she knew the huge gap between her and the Sect Master of the Blue Blood sect. This was a character who had stood at the peak of the 9 states several decades ago. Now, after decades of hiding his strength and biding his time, no one knew what kind of terrifying heritage he had accumulated. So, after noticing the auras of Gan Wu Dang and Tang Yifeng, she had no choice but to leave Lu Yi behind and escape alone. But the other party was still hot on her heels. How quickly the wheel of fortune turned. Not long ago, Lu Yi was still being chased by her like a stray dog, but now it was her turn. How ironic. The distance between them quickly narrowed. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, Lu Yueme could still clearly feel the monstrous anger of Tang Yifeng, who was chasing after her. "Evil creature, where are you running?" An angry roar exploded in her ear like a thunderclap, deafening. The divine sea cultivator's vision was dizzy and he staggered slightly under the impact of the weak and pure divine sense. With that delay, the distance between them was shortened by another 10 kilometers. There was no violent fluctuation of Tian Bei in front of them. The divine sea cultivator turned his head and saw Tang Yifeng slowly stretching out his hand and grabbing in their direction. Above that grab, the world seemed to obey. The warriors of the spirit sea realm immediately felt that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had solidified where they were, turning into an indescribable obstruction, giving them the illusion that they had fallen into a swamp. You shouted and used all your strength to resist the tangible pressure coming from all directions. However, as the sect leader clenched her small hand, you still let out a muffled groan and the chi around your body became turbulent. His figure darted out of the space bound by the lightning spear. Before he could catch his breath, the headmaster grabbed at the air, and a long whip appeared in his hand. I aimed at the direction of the spirit sea realm cultivator and launched the attack. The long whip was only a few feet long, but before it was pulled out, it quickly absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the long whip turned into dozens of long whips, like the Milky Way, pressing down on the spirit sea realm warriors. Tian Beichun turned pale with fright. Her hands quickly formed a series of seals, and she frantically summoned the lightning spear in her body. In an instant, a flower bud appeared where you were originally standing. There was a trace of you, but you weren't wrapped by the lightning spear flower. You didn't know what kind of defensive technique it was, but it was so complicated when it was cast by Lin Yinxiu. It was obviously very mysterious. The long whip lashed up and heavily hit the flower bud. The flower bud's petals withered instantly. The spirit sea realm warrior fell out of it. There were several cracks under his face and blood was flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Looking back, you could see Tang Yifeng's figure, but you didn't feel the pressure from the top of your head. You quickly looked up and saw that the sect leader of the Jade Blood sect was surrounded by lightning spears. His chi was surging. He didn't look old at all. His chi was as vigorous as a small sun. I rushed over like an eagle and threw a punch at the spirit sea realm warrior. My eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky and filled with killing intent and anger. I want to kill myself. The spirit sea realm warrior was shocked. Originally, when Tang Yifeng chased after you, although you were panicked, you were frightened. No matter what, you were still a member of the Heaven Yuan sect, and a member of the Grand Heaven Alliance. Therefore, you thought that Tang Yifeng would at least teach you a lesson and would definitely kill you. Chong Xiang Chinese Network. That time, you attacked first. If Tang Yifeng really wanted to teach you a lesson, you had something to say. Skills are just like people. What's more, you used a mask to hide your appearance. Although that kind of concealment was useless to both parties, as long as the mask was still there, it was considered a complete falling out. Tang Yifeng's character was so young. When he came to the Heavenly Yuan sect, he was someone who was willing to fall out with anyone. He was someone who cared about small matters the most. But at that time, Tang Yifeng clearly didn't have the slightest intention of caring about the whole situation. I simply didn't care about the consequences of doing that, and I also cared about whether the Sky Yuan sect would retaliate. My fierce murderous intent clearly explained one thing. Right now, right here, I didn't want to kill anyone. As these thoughts flashed through the young master's minds, the spirit sea realm warrior activated the lightning spear to protect himself. He also activated the protective array of his treasured clothing. A fist crashed down. Tianbei's barrier was almost solid. The protective array of the treasured clothing only lasted for 8 breaths before it was broken. This fist that had endured for decades would finally vent all its anger today. It would let those who didn't dare to do anything to the Blue Blood sect know that I, Tang Yifeng, was dead. No one would protect the disciples of the sect. It smashed heavily on Tian Beichuan's chest. There was a cracking sound. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior fell straight to the ground. The blood he spat out of his mouth was almost visible. Boom! 7 clouds of dust rose. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior fell to the ground, smashing a small hole in the ground. The mask under his face was almost complete, revealing half of his miserable face. When he got up, a small hand covered his face and clasped his face, preventing the mask from continuing to be complete. Tantan's voice sounded in the Spirit Sea Realm warrior's ears, making his hair stand on end. Wear his mask properly. It will be very troublesome if it breaks. Before he raised his other fist, the lightning spear surged under his fist. He was going to kill all of them. But when the sect leader punched that fatal fist, a trace of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, this lightning turned into lightning and attacked the sect leader's chest. The sect leader's reaction was very slow. As his body moved forward, layers of lightning spear barriers appeared behind him. The lightning spear barriers appeared when they were broken, but they were still complete. The lightning was fast. The sect leader went in and out of the 8 places before he could eliminate the power of the lightning. Looking up, there was only a lightning bolt that escaped quickly in his sight. In this lightning bolt, there was the Spirit Sea Realm warrior in a sorry state, but there was nothing like a short spear. Tianbei of Destruction. The sect leader stood where he was and didn't pursue. Because even if he did, Tianbeichun alone couldn't get rid of the sect leader's pursuit. The sect leader didn't have many ways to kill her. But the Spirit Sea Realm warrior was now using the power of Lu Yi of Destruction to escape. Her speed was so slow that even the sect leader could catch up. How could the sect master be familiar with such a famous sect guarding treasure like Lu Yi of Annihilation? He only thought that Tianbeichun was carrying it with her. It could only be said that she was lucky to have a small life. Otherwise, she would have died in doubt. It wasn't a pity that she couldn't do her best. Looking in the direction that the Spirit Sea Realm warrior had escaped, the sect leader's eyes opened and closed. He withdrew his killing intent and returned to his sage-like appearance. Flicking the dust off his body, the sect leader rose into the air and returned to where he came from. Tianbei was still waiting in place. After a while, Qian Yudang returned with Xiao Xinghe and Tianbeichun. It's very complicated for a small cultivator like me to find someone, not to mention that I can casually communicate with the myriad Devil Ridge. Seeing Tianbei here by herself, Qian Yudang immediately had a good premonition. Where's your spiritual power? Elder Tang reported. The sect leader went to chase after this Lu Yueme thief. The corners of Qian Yudang's eyes twitched. Who told him it was Lu Yueme thief? The sect leader said so. Elder Tang replied righteously. Also, you used Lin Yinxiu's identity to chase after those true Lake Realm cultivators. Are they Lu Yueme's or Haotian alliances? Tianbeichun, what did he say? Myriad Devil Ridge nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Captain is right. Qian Yudang looked at the extremely obedient Myriad Devil Ridge, and his heart suddenly ached. Suppressing the knot in his heart, he ordered, "They're waiting outside." As he said that, he flew into the sky. I had already sensed the situation. Spiritual power clearly wanted to kill the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Furthermore, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators wore masks. If spiritual power said they were Lu Yueme's thief, no one could refute it. However, if they really killed the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, things would end well. It might even affect the position of the Elder Council. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yinxiu killing a small cultivator wouldn't benefit spiritual power if news of this spread. I only hoped that I could stop it in time and that Tian Beichun could hold on for a while longer. After flying for a short distance, he saw Tang Yifeng flying back leisurely. He hurriedly went down and said casually, "Spiritual power. AI." The sect leader sighed slightly. "This person, are you alive or dead? I let you escape." The sect leader replied. Qian Yudang let out a long breath. "It's good that you escaped. It's good that you escaped. As long as this person died, it was no small matter." It seemed that he didn't think too much. If spiritual power really wanted to kill you, this person definitely had a chance to survive. Now that you escaped, it was obvious that Tian Beichun was merciful. The sect leader naturally saw through Qian Yudang's thoughts. Even if I didn't want to explain, he just called out, "Let's go." The reason why I was able to do my best that time was because the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator brought along Lu Yi. Without that sect treasure, you would have died in doubt. I can only say that your luck was wrong. That treasure was originally borrowed from the sect for breakthroughs. Recently, the battle at Startling Waves Lake was busy, and there was time to return it. That was why you kept it with you. You wanted to use it to save your life. If you were a few days later and returned this treasure to the sect, the outcome would be the same. The two returned to where Elder Tang and the others were. From afar, they saw the bright golden light under Elder Tang. It was extremely dazzling. Tian Beichun looked extremely curious. She poked at this layer of golden light and asked some questions that made Tian Beichun's heart ache. That layer of golden light was worth a full 700,000 battle achievements. Click to download the best book chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud. Chapter 964. Disciple Xiao Xinghe greets the head elder. The bold and unrestrained man kowtowed and knelt for a long time. The head elder helped him up, his face full of guilt. "I'm useless. I've made you suffer all these years." Xiao Xinghe shook his head. "I'm useless. I've embarrassed the head elder and almost implicated junior brother." The head elder said, "You're all brothers. Don't worry about this. Your junior brother Iya has potential, but he hasn't cultivated for long. He's not thorough enough. When you work with him in the future, guide him." "Yes," Xiao Xinghe replied respectfully. While the head elder and Xiao Xinghe were talking, Lu Yi stood in place and looked down. There was no other reason other than a sharp gaze staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Surprisingly, this gaze came from the peak above his head. Gan Wudong probably had something he wanted to ask him, but in front of the hierarch, he couldn't ask too much, so he could only suppress his curiosity. However, he was displeased that Lu Yi had brought Lin Yinxiu into such a dangerous place even though he had only been in the law department for 2 days. "Let's go back to Grand Sky City first," Gan Wudong said. He called out. After a short while, the 2 spiritual ocean stage cultivators brought along 3 true lake stage cultivators and flew towards Grand Sky City. The journey was smooth. In less than 4 hours they returned to Grand Sky City. Lu Yi, who was covered in golden light, naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some recognized that it was the golden light from the golden body token and were even more amazed. After all, a small number of people had only heard of the golden body token. They had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone use it. It was a novelty. "Lu Ye, he'll follow you." With his hands behind his back, Qian Yudang called out to Tao Yuan without even turning his head, then flew towards the law department's small hall. King Wu bade farewell to the head elder and quickly followed. Many minutes later, in the law department's small hall, Gan Wudong angrily slammed the table and roared in King Wu's ear. "Does he know who's in charge of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass? Does he know who this Lu Yueme is? He knows? But he still dared to go. It's fine if he went by himself, but he actually brought Yinxiu with him. He's simply too cowardly and knows what he's talking about." Tao Yuan stood behind the table, refuting and talking back. Qian Yudang was in mourning for quite a while before his anger subsided a little. He glared at the King of Wu angrily and said weakly, "Tell me, who else does he want to conscript from the rear pass? Give me a list of names and this division head will personally think of a way for him." I was really scared. That time, I was just being careful and that big brat went to provoke Lu Yueme. If I had been prepared, I would have gone to provoke Yu Huajin last time. Later, when King Wu asked me to sign a warrant for the free recruitment of personnel, I didn't think too much about it. After all, in my opinion, who would give face to the head of the law department? Who would have thought that today's incident would happen? He also didn't expect King Wu to be so cowardly, daring to return to a place like the startling Waves Lake Pass with only a true lake body. "Thank you for your kindness. I don't have anyone to transfer for the time being," Tao Yuan replied. "Of the 8 people in the battalion, there are no more than 8. I'm preparing to leave it for 7th Senior Brother and us. 7th Senior Brother's situation isn't much better than 8th Senior Brother's. When he returns to the State Guard, it's naturally more appropriate for him to join the law department with me." Hearing my words, Qian Yudang's heart calmed down. He raised a hand and pointed inside the door. "Stay away from you for the next few days. Don't let you see him. I'll take my leave." King Wu cupped his fists and turned to leave. Leaving the law department's small hall, King Wu headed straight for the nearest Tianji Hall. A moment ago, inside the War Merit Pavilion, King Wu stood behind the Golden Body Medallion exchange platform. He sighed heavily, but still reluctantly exchanged for a Golden Body Medallion. A life-saving item always had to be prepared, no matter how small the price. Checking his own merit points, he only had about 80,000 left. King Wu remembered that my merit points were as low as 770,000. It had only been 10 days, yet I only had 80,000 left. As expected, there would always be enough merit points. Fortunately, I exchanged for a lot of golden spirit sticks. For the time being, I lacked them for cultivation. Moreover, there wasn't a fixed source of merit points every month. After a few more days, when my monthly salary and the explosive fire spirit stones were settled, I would have more than enough. Just as I was about to return to the courtyard, the battlefield imprint suddenly stopped sending me a message. King Wu checked and found that it was a message from Gung Tao Yuan. He wanted to meet me at the 100 Fragrances house. Tao Yuan naturally agreed. The next time I contacted Gung Tao Yuan, the A8 Battalion was carrying out a mission. They should have returned by now. The 100 Fragrances house was the place where Tao Yuan and the A8 Battalion would drink next time. When they arrived at their destination, they were led back through a small hall and into a large courtyard at the front of the hall. There was a large bridge in the courtyard with flowing water. The 7 surroundings were green and the environment was pleasant. There was no pavilion in the middle of the courtyard. There was a table with several people sitting on the left and right. It was Gung Lu Yi and a few members of the A8 Battalion. The table was filled with exquisite food, the fragrance wafting in the air. When Tao Yuan arrived, the 7 people of the battalion were drinking and making merry. The atmosphere was relaxed. Basically, every time they returned from a mission, the A8 Battalion would gather outside. Firstly, it was to celebrate the completion of the mission. Secondly, it was to take care of the business outside. The next time they came, King Wu could see that Gung Lu Yi didn't seem to have any relationship with the lady boss of the 100 Fragrances house. It was too strange. Although everything in Vast Sky City belonged to the Vast Sky Alliance, for example, the houses for people to rest in, any state guard who came to Vast Sky City could not rest in there. As long as they didn't disturb others, they would be charged a fee. Yes, some of them were rented. Cultivators who didn't have connections couldn't rent some places in the Vast Sky Alliance and do their own business. Tianji Business Alliance rented a few places in Vast Sky City to do business. Every year, it brought a small profit to the military state guard. What was the background of the lady boss of the 100 Fragrances house? King Wu couldn't open it. Next time, they only met once. They didn't have much interaction. King Wu also cared about that. However, to be able to run a restaurant in a place like vast Sky City, either she didn't have any background or she had Gung Luye's help. Seeing Tao Yuan arrive, the A8 battalion welcomed him coldly. They arranged for me to sit in the seat above Gung Luye. They also had something to say. They poured 8 bowls of wine, saying that I was late and would be punished. Then, the group of people in front of me looked at me with smiles. Tao Yuan had no choice but to accept the punishment. Everyone applauded. The atmosphere became cold. Although they only fought side by side once, King Wu left a deep impression on the A8 battalion. Who wouldn't wish to not have such a teammate? That time, Gung Luye sent a message to King Wu for this. I heard from the head that junior marshal brother has entered the law division. Gung Luye asked. The others also looked over. Yes, he joined a few days later. Tao Yuan took the lead. Xiao Xing, he shouted. Since Lin Yinxiu has entered the law division, why would he join your A8 battalion? Our team just happened to be lacking a member. He turned to Gung Luye. Captain, why don't you go talk to the head and ask him to transfer Lin Yinxiu to our team? Gung Luye shook his head. It's too late. Lin Yinxiu, I am now the captain of the first team. The others were stunned. King Wu was also stunned. Senior Marshal Brothers team is still lacking a member? Gung Luye nodded. It hasn't been filled. That liar. King Wu gritted his teeth. Next time, Qian Yudang clearly told me that the A8 battalion wasn't full. He also said that the other teams in the law division didn't have a place, so he wanted me to lead the team and form a new team. Now, it seemed like that was the case. Qian Yudang didn't want me to be the captain and form a new team. For Xiao Ryun? But why? Tao Yuanwan was a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator. If she really wanted to work in the law division, she couldn't be placed in any team. Her appearance was vulgar, so no team would welcome her. Gung Luye understood and grinned. Yes, yes, head. What did this one say to him? Tao Yuan said sullenly. Originally, head, this one wanted to transfer you to the A8 battalion, but for some unknown reason, he wanted you to form another team and take the position of captain. Gung Tao Yuan took the lead. Head, this one thinks highly of him. That's a good thing. King Wu always felt that things weren't right, but he didn't know the specific reason. But Tao Yuanwan is only a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator. Our law enforcement hall doesn't have a captain with such a high cultivation. Head, this one is too biased. Xiao Xing, he frowned, but before he finished speaking, he realized it was inappropriate. Lin Yinxiu, don't blame him. You think before you speak. You are saying that his cultivation is high. King Wu didn't know much about Xiao Xing's personality, so it was natural for him to have a grudge. First Order True Lake Realm? Gung Tao Yuan shook his head slowly. Look, Tao Yuanwan is probably a First Order True Lake Realm cultivator now. Although I can see the depth of Tao Yuan's spirit chi, I still feel that King Wu's cultivation isn't the same as when I first saw him. Mu Jing asked curiously, what's junior brother's cultivation now? 8th Order True Lake Realm. King Wu also hid something. 8th Order. Kong Yuanxiao and Shang Guanqiu were both shocked. In such a short time, he actually rose 2 orders. Was the cultivation of the true Lake Realm not that fast? Tao Yuan smiled. Thank you for your help next time. The next mission gave you a lot of merit, so you exchanged some golden spirit sticks for your cultivation. That's too slow. Mu Jing was still in disbelief. Even if there weren't enough cultivation resources, that cultivation speed was unheard of. Tao Yuanjuan's talent is outstanding. They can do it, but others can't. Gung Luye raised his wine glass. Come. He Lin Yinxiu has joined the law enforcement division, and he Lin Yinxiu's cultivation has decreased rapidly. 8 Congratulations, our mission was successfully completed. Everyone drank. Mu Jing obviously didn't have much tolerance for alcohol. She drank until her face was red. Damn it. At that moment, no one arrived. It was a beautiful woman with a plump figure. King Wu glanced at her. It was the lady boss of the 100 Fragrances house. "Hello, sister-in-law." Seeing her arrival, everyone from the A8 battalion quickly greeted her. She clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used it to read books. Chapter 965. The lady boss of 100 Fragrances house blushed when she heard King Zhengwu call her sister-in-law. She couldn't help but chuckle at him. "I'm here to bring you 2 pots of good wine. Although the wine is good, don't drink too much." The lady stepped forward and sat beside King Zhengwu. She poured a cup for him and another for herself. After chatting for a while, she looked at Lu Yi and said, "I've seen this young man before." "King Zhengwu, is he your new team member?" King Zhengwu sighed. "I would like to, but he's not. He's Lu Yi from Jade Blood Sect. He's now serving in the law enforcement hall and is valued by the chief. He's already the captain." "Such a young captain!" the lady exclaimed. "Heroes come from the young." "You're flattering me," Lu Yi said humbly. The lady raised her cup. "I'm Chen Manzi. Please take care of me in the future." "He's one of us. It's only right." Lu Yi smiled. Chen Manzi toasted Lu Yi, and drank a cup with the others. Her face was not red, and she was not out of breath. Only then did she open her mouth. "There are still some matters in the front hall, so I won't stay any longer. If you need anything, just let me know." "Sister-in-law, go ahead," Xiaoruyun said. King Gung Wu also said, "Go." It was as if he was the master of the house. After Chen Manzi left, Xiaoruyun said, "Captain, when are you going to marry sister-in-law? It's not good for her to always show her face here." King Zhengwu smiled bitterly. "Of course I want to, but she has her own plans. Some things can't be forced. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink." Drinking was good. Most of the people with spiritual energy didn't have that kind of experience. It wasn't until evening that everyone dispersed and returned to their own courtyards. Xiao Xinghe immediately greeted him. "Captain, he's back? Is he okay?" "No, he hasn't come back yet." "Do you think he's okay?" What a faint smell of alcohol. "Did he go drinking?" "No, don't talk nonsense." Xiaoruyun turned around and looked. "Is your 8th senior back?" "No, I should be with Master Tang." "Well, you have to cultivate for a while. I'll inform you if there's nothing." "Okay." Wang Xiongxia replied obediently. Spiritual energy retreated into the room in the middle of the room, activating various restrictions. The Martial King activated his spiritual energy to dispel his drunkenness. He flashed out of Hu Po's body and obediently sat to the side, waiting to cultivate together. Next time, he used his spiritual energy to exchange for 70 golden spiritual beads from the War Merit Pavilion. He had only used a few and didn't have much left. Zia Shooting App, there were less than 8 months left before Yang Kai broke through to the True Lake Realm 8th Order. Now that his realm had stabilized, it was time to raise his cultivation again. Wang Xiong crushed a golden spiritual stick, and the golden powder turned into a whirlpool. Pure and dense martial kings of heaven and earth gushed out from it. Wang Xiong activated the power of the talent tree, and visible roots reached into the whirlpool, absorbing the pure spiritual liquid inside. In just a short span of 8 days, he had consumed 8 golden spirit sticks and his cultivation had reached the 7th Order True Lake realm. The reason why it was so slow was naturally because of the accumulation of the past 8 months. After that, he had intermittently used the golden spiritual stick to cultivate. Although the 7th Order True Lake realm was only one great realm lower than the 8th Order True Lake realm, his strength didn't increase by much. His spiritual energy could also feel the subtle changes in the Martial King in his body. With his cultivation at the 7th Order True Lake realm, his Martial King had reached the 7th revolution. Compared to when he first entered the True Lake realm, his Martial King was several times purer. As a result, the strength that he couldn't display when he used the Martial King was also weakened. His cultivation didn't stop, and his spiritual energy maintained the speed of consuming one golden spirit stick every day. Only when all the golden spirit sticks in his hand were consumed did his cultivation stop. My cultivation had also reached the 7th order true lake realm. My unique cultivation method of stealing heaven's secret brought me too little benefit. If others cultivated it, even if they used the golden spirit stick, they could only absorb the martial kings of heaven and earth that escaped from the whirlpool. But I was the same. My talent tree's roots reached into the whirlpool, and this was pure plundering. The efficiency of my cultivation was much lower than before. In just a short span of 70 days, my cultivation had increased by 2 great realms, which wasn't too shocking. Originally, my spiritual energy was thinking of using the pseudo-aura to conceal my cultivation, so as to avoid suspicion. But after some consideration, I gave up on that idea. My cultivation speed could be concealed for a while, but it couldn't be concealed for a lifetime. It would be exposed sooner or later, especially now that I often came into contact with Spirit Sea realm cultivators, which made it even harder to conceal. Fortunately, I told Qian Yu Dang that my innate talent was top-notch, and I didn't have 87 leave. As a result, my rapid increase in strength could be traced back to some extent. As for what Qian Yu Dang would think when he realized that I had reached the 7th order true lake realm, my spiritual energy couldn't be bothered to care about that. My battle achievements didn't increase, and it was my monthly salary. Today was also the day I handed over the exploding fire spirit stones to Qing Xiu. Wang Xiong hadn't finished refining the exploding fire spirit stones, and he had only refined a small amount. He just needed to hand them over on time. Once the exploding fire spirit stones were handed over, it would be another small sum of battle achievements. In the room, my spiritual energy rose. Seeing this, Yi wanted to hide inside Hu Po's body. "It's hidden," Wang Xiong said. Yi looked at me, puzzled. "Xiao Xinghe is a member of the brigade, and he lives there, so he has to avoid him. Also, he should have gone to see 8th senior brother." "I'll listen to you." Yi smiled sweetly. Pushing open the door, my spiritual energy was surprised to find that the room was covered in silver, and light snow was falling. It was already winter. No wonder when I went into seclusion to cultivate, I didn't feel cold for 7 weeks. The changes of the 7 seasons had little impact on cultivators. After all, cultivators didn't have Wang Xiong to protect them. Cold and heat were intrusive, and cultivators could see the changes of the solar terms. Outside the courtyard, a row of snowmen was missing. Wang Xiongxia was busy working on a snowman that had taken shape. She had the temperament of a big child. Hearing the movement in front of her, Wang Xiongxia turned around and said in surprise, "Captain came out of seclusion." Before she finished speaking, she saw Yi standing beside her spiritual energy. She was a little surprised. "You have never seen Yi before, and you didn't notice when Yi left Wang Xiong's room." For a moment, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. No wonder he could go into seclusion for so few days at such an old age. It turned out that he didn't have a beauty to accompany him. That is, Xiao Xinghe didn't know how to address Yi. "Lu Yi, your younger sister." Spiritual energy introduced. "Oh, it's Junior Yi." Xiao Xinghe suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought wrong. That wasn't Captain's man, but his younger sister. "But you're still confused. Where did Captain's younger sister come from?" We greeted each other. Spiritual energy said, "Is there anything going on in the department recently?" "No." Xiao Xinghe shook his head. Spiritual energy frowned. "When I was in seclusion, I always dared to be too immersed in it. I was afraid that I would notice if there was no news. However, I had been in seclusion for nearly 70 days, and there were no missions in the department. Since when was the law enforcement hall so free? Nothing seemed to be right." The door of the next room opened, and Lu Yueme walked out. Spiritual energy led Yi to greet her. "8th senior brother." Lu Yueme nodded slightly. I heard that he was in seclusion, so I kept disturbing him. It seems that he didn't gain anything. His cultivation level improved a little. Spiritual energy replied. 8th Senior Brother, have you recovered from your injuries? Not yet. Humane nodded and looked at Yi in front of spiritual energy. Is that Junior Yi? Yi walked out from spiritual energy and saluted. Greetings, 8th Senior Brother. She wasn't curious. Does 8th Senior Brother know you? I heard the leader mention it later. I didn't expect Junior Sister to be so hateful. Yi smiled shyly and turned to look at the snowman in the yard with a longing look. Go and play. Spiritual energy said. Yi cheered and rushed back to the courtyard to build a snowman with Xiaoxinghe. Although it was the first time the two ladies had met, they seemed to hit it off very well. For a while, they didn't talk or laugh. In the hallway, Ling Qi and Lu Yueme stood side by side, happily watching this scene. Their mood was also very good. And thank you, Junior Brother, for getting you out of here, Lu Yueme suddenly said. Spiritual energy said, Senior Brother, we're family. Don't be so polite. Lu Yueme grinned. So, if you insist on thanking him, forget it, I'll take it that you said it. Senior Brother, there's nothing wrong with you. He wants to ask why Shinmanzi is in charge of you. Shinmanzi was the one who took action in the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. So even if she doesn't want to, she has the power. He should know that the Lord of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass doesn't have absolute authority to transfer the soldiers, especially during wartime. Wang Xiongxia had thought about transferring you out of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. She had tried a few times, but the other party would always release you. Wang Xiongxia couldn't do anything about it. Take that time, for example, the Azure Tharch City insisted on letting you go. You didn't know whether to leave or not. Luckily, Junior Brother was smart enough to trick you into signing the Tianji contract. Spiritual energy nodded. So it's not because of Shinmanzi. But since Qingdi City is like this, why did she let him retreat into the Shocking Waves Lake Pass? It's the same to go to other passes. When you went to the Shocking Waves Lake Pass, Qingdi City was still in charge. Qingdi City only went there because he came here. He should know that the Lord of the Shocking Waves Lake Pass was also transferred because of him. The Heavenly Yuan sect really put in a lot of effort. Wang Xiong's expression heated up. Most of the people, Lu Yueme said. A small number of people do things within the rules, but there are always some people who follow the rules. In the end, there's nothing we can do. Forget it. The sect master has already taught this person a lesson. The sect master originally wanted to kill you, but it's a pity that this person has the Heaven Yuan sect's treasure, the Annihilation Lightning Spear. This treasure is extremely weak, and if you use it to escape, the sect master can't do anything about it. The old man is so fierce. Spiritual energy was stunned. He thought about it again. At that time, the sect master hadn't classified this person as a thief from the Wan Mo Ridge. When dealing with thieves from the Wan Mo Ridge, it was natural to kill them first. After the old man's revival, he became much weaker than he would be in the future. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books,